Recording has begun. This is the January 30, 2025 special meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 4:37 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force or its committees may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Chair Anderson, that completes my announcements.
Thank you. Would you call item 1, call to order roll call, and any agenda changes, please?
Yes. Item 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. We know of no changes to the agenda.
Thank you. And the roll call?
Taking the roll call. Chair LaHood. Chair LaHood, absent. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf, present. Chair Anderson.
Present.
Chair Anderson, present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel, present. 3 present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Call the second agenda item.
Sorry, on agenda changes, are there any?
There were, I believe you said, Patricia, there were no agenda changes?
We're aware of no agenda changes.
Okay.
I thought I had heard you say that. Okay, could you call item 2, please?
Should we entertain any public comment? I doubt there is, but we should ask.
That's item 3.
I can call for public comment on item 1.
Thank you. Public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 1, please raise your hand. If you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you just a moment. We have no hands raised.
Thank you. Call item 2, please.
One moment, please. Item number 2, approval of the October 22nd, 2024 Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. Are there any edits or comments on the minutes?
May I? Great.
Please go.
Thank you. This is Member Pilpel. I had some minor non-substantive amendments. Let me just scan to see those that are of consequence. Under item 1, I think it would read better to say Chair LaHood and members Anderson and Pilpel were noted present. I would move the line about a discussion was held prior to public comment. And I think it reads better to say a discussion was held regarding the order in which items on the agenda would be heard rather than referring to the evening. At the bottom of that page, the meeting was in recess. On page 2, in the italicized paragraph, the SOTF ordered the police department. Since this was after the fact, I think that reads better. The paragraph that begins with Lieutenant Christopher, I would add police department before respondent so that it's more clear. I would replace a summary of the department's complaint with a summary of the department's position, because it wasn't the department's complaint, it was the department's position with respect to that. On the third line, that seems a little convoluted. I think it reads better to say the Director of Crime Strategy, Ryan Cow, who oversees the public safety cameras.
Okay.
Lieutenant Beauchamp stated that, insert that, Director Cal, blah, blah, blah. For the action, moved by insert Chair LaHood, and then there's some commas and capitalization. And on the last page, a couple of things in bold. On item 6, availability of a date in January 2025 to replace the canceled December 2024 meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Okay, so noted.
That the rest of it is non-substantive. So and as we discussed at the full task force, I would not include the reference table. So, so with that recitation, I would move to approve the minutes with those stated edits and without the reference table.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'll second it.
All right, and a
Yes.
comment, Chair Anderson, I believe the removal of the attachment to the minutes was made after the
That's
particular meeting.
understood.
Okay.
Member Pilpel, will you provide those changes in writing?
Absolutely.
All right, and that was
Member Wolf had,
moved by Member Wolf or seconded?
Moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf.
All right, one moment, please.
okay, any discussion? Member Wolf, anything
No,
to
no
add?
discussion.
Okay. I don't have anything to add.
Thank you for entertaining. Public
You're very
comment.
welcome. Public comment?
Yeah.
Public comment.
Reading the motion by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf to approve the minutes of October 2nd, 2024 as amended. Public comment?
Public comment.
Anyone in the online community wishing to make public comment on item 2, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room and no hands raised.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Voting on item 2, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Anderson.
Aye.
Chair Anderson, aye. Chair LaHood, absent.
No.
We're taking a vote. 3 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Thank you. Please note that Chair LaHood has entered the room at 4:45. And will assume her duties.
Thank you. I got lost with the room change.
That is my fault. Chair LaHood, we are at item 3, public comment.
Please proceed with item 3. Thank you.
Item 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. We have no one in the room. If you're in the online community, wish to make public comment on item 3, raise your hand in the app or press star 3. We have no one in the room and no hands raised.
Please call the next item.
Item number 5, file number 23100.
And number 4.
4. Item number 4, file number 23100. Complaint filed by Jim Mercasiol against the City Administrator's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On February 20, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find On February 20, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and to forward the matter to the full task force for a hearing. The Complaint Committee requested information regarding why the exemptions under Section 67.21 apply and to determine whether there is a violation for failure to send a representative to the hearing. On September 4, 2024, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, moved by Member Stein and seconded by Member Anderson, found that the City Administrator's Office violated Section 67.21, Section 67.21 sub B, and 67.27, and ordered the City Administrator to provide citations from the Sunshine Ordinance Task or the CPRA for withholding the records, and ordered that any outstanding non-exempt documents be provided with keyed citations for any redactions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have, are all parties present?
We have complainant and respondent. One moment, please, promoting them to panelist.
Chair LaHood,
Yes.
while that's happening, can you just refresh me? Because from this summary, I recall that the task force heard the matter, made an order, but I did not recall that there was a specific referral back to this committee. So can you refresh us as to why we're back on this tonight?
Well, we'll hear from, I'm going to let the parties speak, so we'll hear from them. We'll find out if the petitioner is still seeking help with compliance.
Because there was also nothing new in the packet on this. That's why I was also confused.
Well, let's hear from the parties and then we'll find out what's happening.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Asiel.
Yes, please.
And how many minutes, please?
Let's give him 5 minutes.
Okay, you're going to hear from me first, Mr. Casio?
Yes.
Okay, and do I start now?
Oh, one moment, please. Let me get the timer set.
And
got it.
hold on, before you speak and before you start this timer, just with that little bit of audio, it sounded very, is there a way to turn, maybe, I don't know if it's the speakers in our room, it's very hard to hear what Mr. Cassiol is saying. It's hard to understand because it's just very loud.
There is not a way to adjust the speakers from here. Mr. Cassiol, can you maybe adjust the volume of your voice?
Okay, I'm actually talking pretty quietly. Is this okay, or is it still loud?
Still pretty loud.
I think it's our speakers. Hang on.
One moment, please.
Okay.
I'll do what Member Highland does. Let's try that. I'm just blocking off the speaker. I don't know if you're having the same problem. It just sounds, it's so loud I can't actually hear what he's saying, and I know he's enunciating.
And maybe, Mr. Castiel, if you just speak a little bit farther away from the microphone.
That might
maybe
help.
You're just too close.
Yeah,
Okay, how does this sound?
that's actually a little better.
That is better.
Okay,
All right.
All right.
Let's
Are
just
you
try.
ready for your 5 minutes?
yes, I am.
Okay, your time begins now.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, members, for hearing this complaint as it continues on. Pretty much you have what has gone on so far between the subcommittee, the complaint subcommittee, and then the full membership. The response that I received from the city administrator's office did not actually cite the government codes on why they were not going to be releasing the documents. Does that sound okay? Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. And after the full membership said that they determined that I should be receiving these documents with any personal information redacted. Didn't hear from anybody for a little while, so I reached out to the city administrator's office and asked about them. I heard back from somebody. They said they'd get back to me soon. And a couple of days later, I inquired again. And it took a while, but eventually I got a letter from Ms. Poe, basically with the same denial of the records. But this time I did put the they did cite the government code 7927.700, 7927.705. So I had the opportunity to look those up, multiple pages of what this code is, the government code, but the gist of it, from what I could see, was basically to protect the privacy of individuals, which can be done through redaction. But then they continue to say, because they are considered personnel records, therefore privacy reasons, they are withheld. It is important to note that we are treating this request as we would treat a request of any member of the public, which means anything we disclose to the requester would need to be disclosed publicly to other requesters. And I don't see how that is even possible, because it would be different if it were a member of the public who is asking for information between a manager and HR from some employee that works for the city. I'm not some member of the public. I'm the employee in the city asking for information that was the communication between the manager and HR that had to pertain to me specifically. And then this is another thing that I have in question. We have expressed to the requester that the request is considered closed on November 17th, and we try to be helpful and inform the requester that he has the option of pursuing the personnel records request. Now, I'd like to understand how that's helpful, because from what I understand of the personnel records request is you request to see your personnel file. I've done that twice, thinking, well, maybe there's something in there that I didn't know about. Went down there, everything that's in there, I have signed off on, I've seen everything. It doesn't include the information that I'm requesting. Then when I got the letter and it said the same thing, I'm like, okay, well, maybe they stuck something in there, and went down there to my records, viewed them, nothing new in there. It's all the same stuff that I signed off on before. Now, the difference between this and a normal Sunshine request is you usually do it on next request. This one, I had to send a personal email from me to the administrator's office in order to do this request. So I'm not understanding how this would even be the information that if they did ever give it to me, how that would actually be public, because it's not going to be posted, from what I understand, on next request, like most Sunshine requests are, document records requests are. So all I would really like is to get this information, and they can redact whatever personal information they want. I just want the words that are inside those emails, because I believe they can be very telling, and I believe that's why there's this resistance of releasing them. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let's hear from the respondent.
Ms. Poe, would you like to unmute yourself, or shall I? If I don't, there you are.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Poe, we can.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair LaHood and all other Sunshine Task Force members. I'm Vivian Poe, representing the Office of City Administrator here tonight. And as you might have seen in your packet of information, we have received the follow-up requests coming from Mr. Castillo after the task force heard the case. We then had an opportunity to go back to review the case again in consultation with our city attorney, as well as the specific labor city attorney who worked with our HR team specifically. Because the records that Mr. Castillo were asking for is his personnel records. So they're coming from our HR team. We have looked at them, and they're all considered personnel records. Therefore, for privacy reasons and the protection of privacy of individuals, we have replied back to Mr. Castillo, and this time very specifically with Government Code Section 7927.700 and also 7927 and 70.705 to make sure that we have the legal citation as to explaining why those personnel records are withheld from sharing through a public record. And I think it's very important to mention that this is a public record request. And just as Mr. Casio mentioned that we repeatedly emphasize in our communications to him is that we are treating this as any other request that comes from the public, which means whatever we disclose here, if there is another request coming in, which we occasionally received that asks us to release all public record requests from the past 3 months, past 6 months that we received, and all the documents we have released along with them, we would have to release in the same way to any members of the public. So we want to emphasize that these are personnel records that we have consulted with City Attorney number 1 that they are withheld under legal citation, and separately we also have been very responsive in responding back to the requester in a timely manner. And I have included that email that we sent back to Mr. Casio with the citation along with the attachment here in your packet. Hopefully you can see that. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And for everyone's reference, I do see this letter. It looks like it's on page, no, sorry, I'm looking at something. Can you, this most recent response you sent, can you tell us when you sent that response?
Sure. It's the one dated October 29th, 2024 at 1:50 p.m.
I'm not seeing it in the packet, are you?
I'm not seeing it either.
Right. That was my comment earlier, Chair LaHood.
Okay.
I'm checking, one moment.
Do we want to pause the speaker's time?
Oh, I believe she had finished speaking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
It all looks like it's from January.
What you're referring to is only emailed to me on that day.
Hold on, please.
Ms. Poe, we received 2 sets of responses from you. One on, are you referring to the one provided on January 28th?
She said something about October
I
29th.
have a letter and
So
Sorry.
in the supplemental that we received on the 28th, let's see, a January 27 letter, 2025, a document labeled records request.
Page 21 is a November. That's 2023. I'm sorry.
Right. I'm looking for the most recent.
Right.
Chair LaHood.
Yes.
Having gone through the packet now, I believe the only item that's post-decision, post-September 4th, 2024 in the packet is actually pages 40 and 41, the notice of hearing. I think all of the other items that we were provided in connection with this matter tonight is all pre-order. So there may well have been communication back and forth. I'm just not seeing it right here. So
That's what I'm discussing with Ms. Poe. Could I,
Understood.
may I?
Yeah.
Ms. Poe, was it in the packet? In the correspondence sent on the 28th? And did
I sent a letter and I sent two attachments in that email. So one is the letter and the other is an email communications history that I have with Mr. Casio. And that included one email from October 29th, which I It's our final kind of communications talking about personnel records being withheld, the privacy reasons, and citing the government code section.
All right, bear with me one moment, please.
Thank you.
Chair LaHood, parties in matters are offered a period to respond prior to the meeting in
Yes.
order to ensure that their submission is included in the packet. Ms. Poe's submission was received timely. I am checking my packet. One
Okay.
moment, please. Confirming with my apologies that Ms. Poe's submission was not added to the packet that is online.
Okay, but she had submitted it
Timely.
in a timely fashion. Unfortunately, that means that we haven't seen it and Mr. Cassiel hasn't seen it. Mr. Cassiel, would you like to proceed with this, or and actually, before I ask Mr. Cassiel, members, what do you think with this? I mean, we do have another committee meeting coming up in February, but if there's a way to move this forward, even if we need to come back in February, do you think that would be useful?
I would just offer that, we've discussed it a little bit tonight. I recall, elements of this, but I think some of this goes to the department's response and whether the keyed redactions were sufficient. We don't have that before us. I think on balance, if we're meeting again in February, like 3 or 4 weeks from now, I think it's better to just continue the matter and make some specific requests for what's in the packet before us, so that we have, and the public and both sides have all the right materials, because I think trying to handle it on the fly tonight otherwise is problematic.
I hear what you're saying. Actually, Member Anderson, you look like you were going to say something, so.
The only thing I was going to ask from Ms. Poe is, has the position of your department changed demonstrably from what we've already heard? Is there anything in the items that you presented that unfortunately we don't have here that changes the information that the complainant would receive?
No, we have review and we have consider every records, and they're all personnel records would be withheld.
Thank you.
For the citation reason that we put in.
I mean, I did hear that the department has provided some further citations, but I don't know how they were connected to specific redactions. And that may change some of the analysis. But fundamentally, the task force already found a violation.
Correct.
And we're just trying to determine, I guess, whether the respondent complied with our order.
Correct. We already found a violation.
Right.
We said that the items should be provided with personal information redacted. Right.
And citations for
And
that.
citations for that. Mr. Cassiel, Member Wolf, do you have any thoughts or do you have any problem with continued questioning on this?
I do wish to share that the email directly from Ms. Poe was forwarded to the task force, to the committee members on January 28th.
Was it sent to Mr. Cassiel?
It was sent to Mr. Cassiel as well.
Okay, let me ask, hang on. I would like to know is Member Wolf on the line with us? Because I'm not hearing anything from him, so I don't know if he's actually trying to say anything.
He muted?
Member Wolf, would you like to comment? Member Wolf, I have unmuted you. Would you like to comment? I've muted Member Wolf until he indicates that he wishes to rejoin. So
Okay, so you'll get a signal from him. Okay, so perhaps, so he is not available at this time.
correct.
Okay. One moment, please. Okay, I am now, I see the email and I see that there are attachments. Yes?
I just want to remind the members that I did not add it to the packet, so it has not been made public.
Right. Okay. Mr. Cassiel?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. At this time, so there were documents that were submitted that were not made public, but I believe you were on the email, that you were CC'd on this email. Were you aware of those documents?
Yes, the document from October 29th was basically what I mentioned before, the same denial of releasing the information to me, but this time they did add in the government codes on the reasons why they're not providing these documents. And they are the code 7927 700, 7927.705. And if you look up those codes, there's like 2 pages of codes and subcodes. And bottom line, it all turns out to releasing the personal information, which can be redacted. As far as this information being posted, I have no problem with it being posted anywhere.
I guess my question to you is, because while these documents were received by the task force, they were not included in the packet. And I believe Member Pilpel is saying that, Member Pilpel, are you suggesting that we should not discuss the matter at all, even though both the petition, I want to ask Mr. Cassiel, hold on one second. Member Pilpel, I would like to ask Mr. Cassiel if he would like to proceed with this at this time, because he referred to this information. He's not in the dark about it. Unfortunately, it was not in the packet, but he has referred to it verbally. Ms. Poe has referred to it verbally. If he's okay with proceeding, would you be okay with proceeding?
I'm okay with proceeding for the moment.
For the moment,
But
yes.
ultimately, I think we probably need to have all the information before us and before the public to exchange documents by email. This isn't the way things are supposed to work, whether it's for us or for anybody else. I'm not, however we got to this point. So I'm okay with further limited discussion with the committee and with the parties, but I'm not sure that it would be a good idea for us to make a substantive decision on this tonight, if there is a substantive decision to be made, because the documents at issue are not before the public.
And
To be clear,
Chair LaHood,
yes.
the document was emailed to each of you because that meant you would have.
No, I know that we have access to it.
Yes, and I emailed it to you as well because it was in advance of publishing the packet.
I know, and I think Member Pilpel understands that as well. His concern is that the rest of the public does not have access to this, even though there's.
Nor does Member Pilpel have a copy of this.
I see. Because right.
I think this is Member Anderson. In the spirit of the law and of sunshine and sunshine as it's written, I don't really think we can proceed to speak about anything that has to do with these documents until we've made them public. And as Mr. Pilpel, Member Pilpel says, he doesn't even have it.
Mm-hmm. Because he does not receive it by email.
Because he doesn't receive it by email.
Nor did I get a printed copy. So
exactly. So, and neither does the public in order to be able to review it. So while I'd like to continue on with it, I don't think, and the fact of the matter is, the document that was submitted is the reason why we're back here talking about this particular case. So I can't see a clear path to continuing. That's my opinion.
I hear what you're saying, even though I think we might reach the same conclusion with or without the documents. But I think if we ignored them entirely, I think we would come to the same conclusion. But I mean, I think we need to. Well, unfortunately, if you're both in agreement on this, and Member Wolf is, do I see a hand raised? Sorry,
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Hold on, Mr. Casio, because I think we're in. This is sort of a procedural issue at the moment, and Member Wolf is still not available.
No, I'm here.
Oh, Member Wolf, it's.
To weigh in.
Would you care to weigh in? It sounds like Member Anderson and Member Pilpel believe that we should continue this matter because there were documents that were provided by the city that were not included in the packet. And even though Mr. Cassiel has seen them and some task force members have seen them, not everyone has seen them and they have not been made available to the public. Do you think that we should postpone this to our next hearing, which will be in February?
I guess my question would be, is that document some sort of significant evidence that would change the outcome?
Well, it's the basis of why we're here. So not seeing that is like.
Okay, then the answer is yes. And it's been our precedent to not continue.
Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, Mr. Cassiel, I think I have been persuaded by my colleagues. Even though we might come to the same conclusion, I think we need to postpone this matter to our next hearing, which, because this hearing was rescheduled from December, we actually have our next Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting at the end of February. Mr. Cassiel and Ms. Poe, I'm sorry to ask you to come back again, but would you be able to attend that meeting?
Ms. Poe has her hand raised also.
Ms. Poe, yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, happy to be back in February, but I also just want to clarify that we have decided all the documents were withholdable. So there's no release documents redactions. I just want to be clear about that, because they're all considered personnel records. And I believe I'm coming back to the committee because we were specifically asked that we need to follow up with the citation. So I just want to make sure that to present that part.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And I want to say thank you for supplying these records. We'll make sure they're included in the packet for our next hearing. And Mr. Cassiel, I do want to, since I gave Ms. Poe a chance, I wanted to give you a chance to respond. And would you be able to attend in February?
Yes, I will be able to attend.
Okay.
And I think this is a great decision that was made, because now I'm looking at 2 code numbers, government codes. That's 2 pages of information inside those codes and subcodes. So hopefully somebody will look through them and figure out what it is that actually pertains to this case within those 2 codes. That means that they're not going to release any of the information.
Thank you, Mr. Cassiel. Members, Member Pilpel.
I just wanted to be clear before we make a motion to continue what I'm looking for in the packet for next time. I am not looking for anything prior to September 4th of 2024. I am looking for the order of determination and any subsequent correspondence from the petitioner and from the respondent that goes to the question of compliance with our order. If it's whatever came from Ms. Poe with additional citations, redactions, whatnot. If it's something from Mr. Cassiel saying that's not what I'm looking for, whatever that back and forth is, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And perhaps to both sides to get to where we're actually, I hope, going with this. To Ms. Poe, if you could submit something further to this committee explaining if there's any other way that Mr. Cassiel can get more access to the documents that have not been provided or have been redacted, if he can make a request as an employee to review his personnel file or anything that you would consider within his personnel file. And to Mr. Cassiel, if you have a specific contention that any of the cited redactions, the 7927.700, 705, whatever else was cited, if you believe that somehow that doesn't apply, if you can explain why you think it doesn't apply, that would help us. Because I think we're going to hopefully get to the issue of whether the redactions and the citations were sufficient in light of our order.
To be clear, I don't think any well, maybe we'll save this, but one thing I do want to clarify, you said that you are not looking for anything except documents beyond a certain date, but the way we compile these files is we keep adding things, we don't take things out of the file.
I'm not
so there will be new information added, we're not taking anything out.
I'm not suggesting we take anything out, but what we've said at prior hearings is that when a matter is referred to a committee for compliance, that it's not relitigating the underlying issues. Those have already been settled.
Yes.
So it's really a matter of only including in the packet materials from the order.
When you say only including in the packet is going to include I believe the packet is going to include materials from the previous case, or from the case, because the file is one thing. The file is a thing, and then items get added to the file.
Okay. What I'm saying is I believe, and maybe Member Wolf has a view on the matter as well. Again, when something is decided by the task force and then referred out for a compliance review at whatever committee, what we have said is that we're not interested at the compliance hearing of seeing the underlying complaint. We're only interested in things from the order forward because, and maybe it's not just this case, but there are other cases where we've had 500 pages of stuff and we did not want to redistribute the same 500 pages of stuff. It's only from the order.
Member Pilpel, I think the challenge here is that even though we're not relitigating things, people may need to refer back to items, especially if there was perhaps a member. I think it needs. I think the materials need to be included.
I mean, my understanding is that if there's an additional citation or redaction, that those documents would be included, and presumably those were included with the October transmittal from Ms. Poe, which I haven't seen, but that's the way it was.
Right, and they would need to submit those.
Yeah, that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Member Wolf, you had a comment?
Yeah, I agree with that, with your sentiment.
Who's you?
Because even
hold on, Member Wolf, you said I agree with your sentiments with Member Pilpel or with my sentiments?
With yourself, with the chair.
Thank you.
And only because that even there may be some reference that needs to be made, even after the order of determination is made, because the order of determination doesn't most of the time it doesn't specify what exactly needs to be remedied. It only states the action that we took, the determination that we took. So if we don't have the detail to review, so the only thing I would say is if it's not included in it, then at least a link to it is sufficient.
Okay, so to that end, I can live with either a link to the past packet before the full task force as a way to obviate some of this, or I would offer that in this section under other, that we have a line for the order of determination and anything post the order so that I can be very clear on the separation of time. That's where I'm going with it.
Okay.
So those are a couple of options for
actually the second thing maybe is more helpful. Ms. Peterson, do you think there's a way in the index of the packet where we can say in each section what pages start new information for this hearing?
The packets are currently set up with bookmarks, and they are in chronological order. Leaving it to the reader to look at the date or the most recent document that they want to. Are you asking that I identify in the index of documents what has been added since the last meeting?
Would it be possible to say added since, date of the last hearing, and then indicate the pages added since that time?
Yes. So in addition to the
index, which is great,
the index which says there was a hearing on this date, you would like to see on the cover sheet that there was a hearing on the date. You would like to see it.
I think Member Pilpel is asking that on the cover sheet. So right now the cover sheet says complaint summary, page 2, complaint, page 4, complaint and supporting documents, page 10, respondent supporting. You know what? Instead of saying the pages maybe in the other section, Member Pilpel, are you saying pages added since
I think, hold on. I think what I'm suggesting is, again, in the section here that's labeled other, that we have order of determination, page, whatever it is, 40, 41, wherever, 45, whatever, that we have the 2 pages of the order, and then any material from the petitioner that's post-order after that, and any material from the respondent that's post-order after that, so that we're clear that those items, so that it doesn't get stuffed in after page 10 or after page 31 in some bizarre order where it's hard to find, because I'm really trying to get at that material that's post-September of 2024. And if you want to include the prior material, that's fine. I can live with that. I'm just trying to get at that more easily.
So if we titled it post-order compliance,
Post-order material, post-order whatever, that's fine.
so that we know that everything beyond this is all has to do with compliance with whatever order we came up with.
So in each subsection
Yeah, so it would be
file.
clear. And since you're doing it in chronological order, it would be the last pages anyway.
Well, that's not true because within each section. So the complainant supporting documents, there are documents added in there. In respondent supporting documents, there are documents added in there. In other documents, which is the notice of hearing and communications, but communications with the task force, that's another section. So you're saying you want subcategories within each of those sections.
I don't want it to get too confusing. It just seems to me like this is a different phase of the proceedings. It's not the complaint on the merits. It's not both sides arguing the merits. It's there was an order and now we're talking about compliance. And somehow I'd like that to be clear so that when I or a member of the public or anybody is looking for material, that it's not buried as if it were part of the complaint back and forth.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, Member Wolf.
I would suggest that moving forward, that orders of termination need to specify what needs to be produced, because that would alleviate Member Copel's, concern, and it would satisfy the rest of us in wanting to have some reference as to what is being compelled to be produced. Now, for this particular case, we can do that if we're going to continue this, we can do that for the next meeting, or just provide a link to the original file so that folks have a chance to reference.
Can I have a definition of the original file, please? So this is a case going back 2 years?
Well, whatever. I'm just looking at what was included for today, which are, from a year or so ago. So there's references in there to what the original documents or records that were requested that this case revolves around. So that's okay.
Oh, I was just asking for a clarification. If I'm including a link, to a past event, what is the link to?
May I jump in here? So I believe that in order for the administrator to keep track of records, and also sometimes we have cases that go on and on with compliance and things go back to the task force. First of all, for this case, the order of determination was made in September. I just looked on our website. There is no text of an order of determination yet, because clearly that has not been approved yet. So, the order has been issued, but we do not have one on the website. So there's not a document to include here yet.
I think we did approve it, but it may not be posted. We approved it,
but there is not a document to include in this file.
It may not have been posted yet, but I believe we did.
There is not a document on the website. I do not see a document. Okay. So if it's not on the website, I don't know if there's something going on there. I understand why the administrator wants to keep everything with this file in one place, and I would like to support that. If perhaps you think we should have in the other section, complainants supporting documents compliance under other, and respondents supporting documents compliance, and keep those separate from everything else, I'm fine with that, but I don't think they should be separated from the file.
That's fine.
And at this point, I think we're hanging on to the petitioner and the respondent far beyond what we need to. I think this is a discussion that we can have separately. And I don't think it actually pertains directly to this case. I think we need to move on from here.
I just have two brief
Member
things.
Pilpel, you can say two brief things, but if they're about how we organize the case files, I don't think we should say them right now.
I've done that. In the second italicized paragraph here on September 4th, the third line, and ordered the city administrator to provide citations from the ordinance or CPRA for withholding the records, and ordered that any outstanding non-exempt documents be provided with keyed citations for any redactions.
Yes, I don't think there's not any dispute about that.
Right. So I think that it's clear what we ordered. And if the question before us is, did they comply, then I'm looking for documents that show and testimony that evidences whether they complied or not.
We're not disagreeing on that.
Okay.
My point was, you asked for a copy of the order of determination in the file. We have an order. We don't have the document of the official document is not on the website at this point.
It may not have been posted, but I believe that between September and now that we did adopt it. In any event, I'm not going to argue about that. I think I'm fine. Is a motion to continue in order?
Sure. Actually, I think we can continue this to the call of the chair. Unless maybe a motion is in order because we've had so much discussion. Would someone like to make a motion to continue this?
So
I'll move to continue it at the call of the chair. Member Wolf.
second.
Motion by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Anderson. Do we have any public comment from members of the public who are not party to the case?
Moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Anderson to continue file number 23100 to the call of the chair. Taking public comment, we have no one in the online community. Checking one more time. No one in the online community and no one in the room.
Okay, please call the vote.
Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 4 ayes.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Cassiel and Ms. Poe. We appreciate you taking the time to be here. We will make sure that all of the records that we need to refer to are in the document. And as Member Pilpel said, since we're pushing this out, if you have anything else that you would like to add to the case file, please send them to Ms. Peterson. Thank you.
Mr. Cassiel, Ms. Poe, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Please call the next item.
Changing roles, one moment, please. Member Wolf, you are muted. If you wish to speak, please unmute yourself. Item 5?
Nope, I don't need to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just
Yes.
muting myself.
Item 5. Thank you.
Item 5, hearing. Review of the Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67, and possible amendments to recommend to the full task force.
Okay. And we continue. I believe we are on, let me scroll down. I believe we are on section 6723. And I do have a note at the top of this section that Member Pilpel had suggested moving this to Article 2 as a new 67.1-1 or whatever renumbering requires.
Wherever
But
it
I don't think we got into the details of this. I would like to suggest that we read this section and see if that Member Pilpel or Member Anderson, Member Wolf, if you have any other comments on this, regardless of where it's going to live.
Fine.
So maybe let's take 2 minutes to read it, and then we'll discuss. Okay, are we ready to discuss? The one thing that jumps out at me in subsection B is that we're talking about communications sent or received in the last 3 business days shall be maintained in chronological order. But then after documents have been on file for 2 days, they may be removed. And this doesn't quite make sense. Maybe we can discuss that. That's the one thing that jumped out at me, that the requirements for keeping them on file before moving them to a monthly file are shorter than it just doesn't make sense. Member Pilpel.
So a few things. First of all, I think this section is important. I don't want to lose this. I do believe that it should be moved to Article 2, but wherever it lands, that's fine. I agree with you, Chair LaHood, that those 2 sentences don't correlate, and I would suggest that in the second sentence, after documents or documents that have been on file for 3 business days may be or shall be removed and placed, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
So I think 3 business days is the applicable language there. Those 2 concepts, by the way, were originally known as the 3-day file and the 30-day file. Just so you know, we've got shorthand on all this stuff. Couple other points. The best example of this concept working in the real world is the Board of Supervisors C pages. If you go to the end of the agenda for any full Board of Supervisors meeting, you'll see a file that's called, I believe, Petitions and Communications. It summarizes each document of this nature. It usually goes on for 2, 3, 4 pages, refers to an item number, refers to the action that was taken. If it was related to a budget matter, it identifies the file number and says copy to the budget committee. You know, there are all kinds of standard communications that the Board of Supervisors receives. It properly excludes commercial solicitations, periodical publications, or the communications exempt from disclosure. So, you know, that sort of thing. But it will include, for example, you know, communication from residents of the Sunset or the Tenderloin regarding some controversial issue, and may make reference to, you know, 3,724 letters or petitions, and that requires some level of review and redaction in some cases. So there, you know, where there's a multi-part petition, for example, there is a burden on the city to handle the redactions in terms of making it public. Couple other things I would say.
Are you suggesting on section 3 where it says multiple page reports, studies, or analyses?
No.
Do you want to add petitions in there? Is that what you're asking for?
No, because the source of the form letter, let's say, would have the person's name and contact information. The name would be subject to disclosure. Their home address and email may not be subject to disclosure and may be properly redacted. And
what are you asking to change in this?
I'm just explaining the relative benefit and burden. I'm not suggesting a change in that regard. It's just so you understand, so everyone understands. That if you get a communication from the governor saying, I have appointed so-and-so from San Luis Obispo and so-and-so from Eureka to the State Fish and Game Commission, have a nice day, that's fine, and that gets included as a 1 or 2 page communication. If there are 3,000 letters from people in the Tenderloin saying, you know, the situation in the Tenderloin is terrible and you should do something about it, and it's a form letter that people for Betterness in the Tenderloin organized, those 3,000 pages require a certain amount of effort in the clerk's office to include. They will be summarized as, you know, form letter or comment letter on the situation in the Tenderloin, 3,000 letters, but I'm just saying that it's a chunk of work to prepare it.
I understand
That's
what
all
you're
I'm saying.
describing. I'm
Okay.
not sure what you're asking for.
I'm not asking for anything. I'm just informing that this covers both of those things, both a one-page document and a 3,000-page.
I don't think
form
anyone
letter.
disagrees with you.
Okay, but it's not necessarily obvious. And I'm just saying that plays out at the Board of Supervisors, at the MTA Board, at the Planning Commission, in a number of agencies, that this concept isn't free. That's all I'm saying. It's
That's
a value. Fine. Okay. So the next step on this is that this says very clearly in subsection A, the clerk of the board and the clerk of each board and commission enumerated in the charter. And so this refers only to charter boards and commissions. So the question is, would we propose to extend this to all policy bodies? Because the heading of this section is policy body communications, but in fact, it doesn't
Correct.
apply to all policy bodies. So bodies created by ordinance are not currently covered by 67.23, even though they may be making incredibly important decisions and may receive these kinds of communications, but are not currently burdened with this obligation. Do you get that? They may choose to subject themselves to it, but they're not required to under the ordinance.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, so I agree with that, which also kind of begs the question about the nature of our task force, because we are always in that battle between do we have to follow what's in the charter or not? And we are not an enumerated entity in the charter, even though we're mentioned once. So I think that's a discussion for another day. But I agree that because it concerns calendared, it concerns the meeting body itself and more or less its agenda. I think that it does belong in Article 2. Section B, I agree that it's confusing between the first, second sentence. So I agree to combine them in some way and make it 3 business days. In C, I have concern about C. And my concern is if a multi-page report, studies or analyses are removed from the public file, but a letter of memorandum of transmittal remains, then if somebody wants to request that multi-page report, I mean, it could be destroyed, not held in any kind of posterity or perpetuity, and maybe not in a place where it could be easily found. So I'd like to make sure that at least in C that there's some retention of the multi-page reports somewhere, that it remains a public record and accessible.
Chair LaHood?
Yes.
Speaking and agreeing with Member Wolf, I believe possibly because this section was added to the ordinance in 1993, there wasn't the capacity, the electronic capacity
Right.
we have now to keep the documents.
Right.
But we now have the electronic capacity.
Mhm.
So therefore,
Good point.
that it makes no sense now.
Maybe we should strike this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Chair LaHood?
Yes, Member Popo.
I have no particular love for subsection C. If you wanted to propose to lose it or amend it to say need not be included in the file so long as the reference document is preserved and there's a link to the report included in the transmittal letter. So if the transmittal letter says, I'm sending you the annual report, here's the link, whatever. So the idea, again, this preceded the notion of 3,000 copied form letters.
Mm-hmm.
This goes to the idea of a communication from the Public Utilities Commission staff to the commission saying, pursuant to a prior request, here's a 150-page report on fish happiness on the Tuolumne River. You know, we paid for it. Have a nice day. Whatever. That you wouldn't necessarily include the entire document so long as there was a reference to it and someone could say, hey, I'm actually interested in that. Can I get a copy of it? But again, the world has changed. The other thing I wanted to say, and I sorry I neglected earlier, this whole notion, this whole section was predicated on the idea that these charter boards and commissions receive communications from the public, forward communications to members of those bodies, and that at the time this was drafted, there was no internet. There was barely a fax machine. If you wanted to get a report, if you wanted to see what was going on, you had to schlep down to the office of that agency. And, you know, putting files up for the public to review in a public place was pretty standard. That's where this all flows from. If we want to say, yes, you must still do this or do this in some fashion, but in addition, each agency, either charter board and commission or each policy body, however you slice and dice it, shall make this information available on the web, subject to whatever redaction is needed. That arguably is of greater public benefit. You don't want to, in my view, force everyone to come down to City Hall, 1 South Van Ness, 49 South Van Ness, PUC, Rec Park, wherever, and say, hi, I'd like to review your 30-day file under section 67.23 and have them look at you funny like I have no idea what you're talking about. Or, sure, you're the first person who's come in to ask for this in the last 7 years. No one else has ever done that before, which is what I suspect is where it's at now. So again, these are all questions about what's the appropriate burden, given that I still believe there's huge public benefit to this. Does that, you're digesting?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Member Wolf.
So I agree with that in sentiment. I would also say, how does that interface with the index of records?
Let's not even go into the index of records at this point. I think we need to come up with what makes sense for this, and then we can see how it fits with the index of records. I do think
the short answer is it's a different thing.
Hold on. Yeah. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
I like the idea of adding something in here that says these things need to be digitized. The question is, I do think being able, well, a couple of things going on here. We need to think about the staff time that's going to be required. And although it seems like it's already being done in terms of, well, first of all, a lot of the correspondence come electronically in the first place rather than handwritten letters or physical annual reports. That's the good news. So it would be relatively easy or not extremely burdensome to maintain these as a digital file, and perhaps easier to do that than to maintain physical printouts of all these things. However, I don't want to make too many assumptions, and Administrator Peterson is looking at me because she's thinking, I know things that you don't know. But if we're thinking, I like the idea of maintaining a digital file. One thing that concerns me about just linking out to things, lots of stuff goes away.
Links go dead.
Links go dead. Organizations disappear, and you may still want to have that information.
Yep.
But I do like the copy of having digital copies of PDFs of annual reports that become part of this ongoing file. The question is, the 3-day thing, the 30-day thing, given that there are digital tools that make all of this easier, do we need this 3-day versus 30-day distinction? How much time should it take for whatever comes in on one day, if some of it isn't electronic, or just that it needs to be manipulated in some way to make it available? Like, what's the best way to think about how to do this, and what guidelines to set to not make it not make it impossible for staff to keep up?
What's the best answer? It depends. I mean, I can just tell you my experience, having used this a lot back in the day. You know, it was not uncommon for me to visit the office of the predecessor agency to the MTA or the Public Utilities Commission on a Friday afternoon and say, I would like the agenda for next week's meeting. I would like to look at and possibly get a copy of calendar items for next week's meeting. And I would like to see your correspondence log. You know, first the 3-day log, and then, or 3-day file, and then the 30-day file. And if there's anything interesting there, I may tag some of those items and request copies of that, because that was the only way to get at that information, which would have bearing on meetings the following Tuesday. Are there other ways to slice and dice it? Absolutely. You know, again, I want to go back to, I believe there is public value to this, public benefit, and at the same time, there is a burden, there is a cost, depending on how it's done and to whom it applies, and that's a thing for us to wrestle with a little bit. If it were free, I would say, yeah, do it to everybody all the time.
Here's one good thing that I think helps here, that it says, containing a copy of any letter, memorandum, or other communication which the clerk has distributed to or received from a quorum of the policy body. So it's got to be significant. It's not just general communication that hasn't been distributed. And in fact, I'm thinking about our administrator's report, which then does have, letters that were shared from the public. But that, until we get that report, that hasn't all been shared with us. So it hasn't, this requirement doesn't, and whether it applies to us at all, but that requirement doesn't apply to each of those as it came in. It applies to them as they were distributed to us en masse.
Yeah, the definitions in that language can be tweaked, but again, the concept here is, think of whether it's MTA, PUC, Planning Commission, Rec Park, that these bodies in some cases have standing requests to the staff to provide weekly, monthly, quarterly reports on fill in the blank that are not typically in the packet for a meeting, are of interest to a select group of the public, and should be subject to disclosure in some way.
Well, the good news is we know all of those things are being distributed electronically in the first place. So the work is already being done. It's either been scanned or digitized.
Yeah.
And so this is just a matter of, and put it in this folder too.
Right.
So maybe it's not so much extra work. It's just about changing this language so that copies of those things end up in a particularly an easily accessible, publicly facing file, and maybe it's just about putting it up on the website.
Right. I mean, another way to think about it is, if you think of a state agency, whether it's the State Public Utilities Commission or a state fish and game, any of those state regulatory or policy bodies, however the state organizes it, that where they have what you would term ex parte communications, that those communications are subject to disclosure. And this is really also getting at that type of thing. that if not just a single member, but if a majority of the members of a body, whether it's a committee or the full body, get a communication from some outside person or entity, that too should be subject to disclosure, and this is trying to capture that too. All right. Anyway, we're not debating the value.
No, I don't think we're disagreeing.
We're not. I can assure you there are elements in the city that would like to not do this or do less of it or make it more obfuscated in terms of getting this stuff.
Okay, and I see Member Wolf has his hand raised, and it's funny. This room is configured differently. I can actually see when his hand is raised.
And it's bigger here. Yeah. I don't know.
All right, my turn.
Yes.
So I think if we're going to amend C to make sure that the original document is maintained or retained in some way, I think they're in the transmittal. There needs to be some statement of what department and maybe what office in the department owns the document, so that it could help whoever needs the document get to the right place in order to get it. Because once these things get filed, who knows where it's going to go, electronically or physically.
So should we change it to multiple page reports, studies, or analyses which are accompanied, or which accompany a letter or memorandum of transmittal must be included in the file
and
as a PDF, or
right.
must be included in the file, period.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, must be included.
It turns it around, but yes, that does the trick.
Yeah.
Right. And include the location and ownership or possession or whatever word you want to use.
Well, but if there must include the ownership possession, but if it must be included in the file, or must be included in the file, the easiest way to do that would be to make a PDF of it, and then it would always be with the file.
If it's there, then it's there. Then
right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. If you were talking about moving everything electronically, yes.
Yeah.
Right. And then if somebody comes in and says, I need a printout of that.
That's different.
Yeah. Yeah. So
now let me pose this. If it were the building department where there are blueprints and whatnot, many times those departments required it not to be electronic. They want them in paper. And blueprints are huge.
Well, okay. On that, I mean, that's a particular type of record. In my experience, blueprints are typically not provided to policy bodies, boards and commissions. Reduced size plans may be provided. There are some quirky issues about copyright and architectural drawings and whatnot that I frankly can't rattle off right this second. But I don't think outsized blueprints are an issue for purpose of this section.
Yeah,
maybe for others.
Right.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, actually, so I'm going to read back what I changed C to, but then let's go back up to A after that and see how we want to change it.
Yeah.
But multiple page reports, studies, or analyses which accompany a letter or memorandum of transmittal must be included in the file.
I can live with that for the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's always for the moment. I'm sure over the next several months, we will change all these edits.
Yes. Can we go up to B for a second? Because I actually just saw something there.
Actually, Administrator Peterson, you had something to add?
When appropriate, I would like an opportunity to explain how some of the documents are received by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force when it comes time to consider those corrections, amendments, or review.
Members, would we entertain a comment at this moment? Let's hear it.
Yeah.
We're ready.
Actually, I don't know the names of the platforms. that I receive the documents in, but I do know that they sometimes require passwords where I have to go and receive them. Typically it's due to the volume or the size of the document. I believe the cutoff is 25 megabytes. But when they are received like that, I do need to ask, is there a way to compress them? Is there a way to treat them? Is there a way to understand how I can receive them? And then I reduce them to PDFs. So when I think of the provenance of a document, and is it received under a transmittal email, for example, with attached, those are clear. There are some other things that I would like the opportunity to research, identify, discuss, so that I understand how to present it to you.
So perhaps at this point, maybe I could add a note that says, look into very large files and what we would need to do to compress them and convert them to PDFs.
Maybe even without that specificity, but
Okay.
to be able to identify the format in which they're received so that the ordinance will be able to interpret and adapt.
Okay.
How about this?
Yeah.
If you just want to make a note, attachments and big files.
Okay.
Because because it's both. It's actually both that are large files. That it's the.
I'm going to say unusual attachments in unusual formats and very large files.
Yes.
Non-standard formats.
Okay, non-standard.
Yes, correct. But also attachments, because I'm now remembering that there are instances where you get an email that refers to attachments, and some people remember to print out and include the attachments, and others don't. And so it's like, the email itself says, please see the attached report, which is a lot of fun and have a nice day. And it's got an attachment with a PDF, but if it's not linked or printed out, then the public doesn't actually see the attachment. And you're like, great, that's the actual thing I wanted to see. It's nice to know that it was transmitted on X date.
Okay, so also how to make sure that all attachments are included. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. These are good questions.
Since Ms. Peterson timely interjected, commented, added, conversed, I'm wondering if Victor is still on the line and if he has something to share about the C pages or the processing of communications to the board or its committees, as that might further help us understand this concept. Oh, great, Victor.
Is Mr. Young on the line?
I'm checking.
Did I wake you? Sorry. No, not.
He is here to assist.
Okay.
It's not a question of waking anyone.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
This is the interesting stuff.
I know he may also be doing other things, so if this isn't a good time, that's okay. But if he would like to weigh in, we welcome his thoughts. And then I see Member Wolf has his hand raised again.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't put it down.
Okay.
And if not now, then another time. It's fine.
Yeah.
My arm's getting tired. Sorry.
Okay.
Could we take a slight break?
Yes. How about this? Should we see? I don't think there is any, but is there anyone who would like to make public comment on what we've discussed so far before we take a break?
There was no one in the room and no one online.
Okay. Member Wolf, I think if we take a 10-minute break, would you be okay with that?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, let's come. I've got 6:08, 6:09. Let's come back at 6:19.
Okay.
And then we'll finish this section. You don't want to
Yes.
finish this section? Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. If we could have the microphones off.
Microphones are off. Microphones are on. Resuming it's at 6:20.
Thank you. Okay, do we have Member Wolf back with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Okay, I don't think we have anyone else with us online, but for those who may be following along at a later time with the audio, we are reviewing the Sunshine Ordinance. We're currently at section 67.23, Public Review File, Policy Body Communications. As it is currently named, we may be renaming it. We already discussed section C. There was a request to discuss section B before section A. Member Pilpel, you said you had, was it Member Pilpel or Member Wolf who had? Member Pilpel, you had some specific thoughts.
Yeah, on B, just to change on line 2, where it says in the office of the department head, to replace that with in the office of the secretary or clerk of the board or commission or policy body, because this really functionally.
I'm going to have you say that one more time. You said in the office of the clerk?
Of the secretary or clerk of the board or commission.
Okay.
Or at a nearby clearly designated place.
Yeah.
The point was that this whole section is not really a department head function.
Correct.
It's a clerical function, and I just wanted it to track with subsection A, where it imposes the burden on the clerk or secretary of the policy body or the board or commission, whatever.
Okay.
As for section A, I probably have some minor tweaks, but I don't know that we need to do that. I don't feel a need to do that right this second. I think the concept is still great, and we will be doing, little whatever stylistic changes at some point.
Well, the one thing that that we were discussing earlier is about who this applies to. Do we want to?
That's a big question.
That's a big question. Do we want to discuss that? Well, actually, before we do that, Member Anderson, were there any little changes that you wanted to suggest in either A or B?
No, not so far, but I can speak to who should be designated in this,
Okay.
whether or not it should be expanded.
Mm-hmm.
What would be why was it so important? First of all, I need to understand if anybody remembers or has knowledge on this of why it was originally written for the clerk of the board of supervisors and just the board and commissions enumerated in the charter.
Mm-hmm.
They do the record
As
keeping.
opposed to all officers within the city.
Member Wolf, the question is, why doesn't this just apply to all offices in the city?
Well, because at least in A, it's really speaking to meeting notices and agendas. It's about communications that are in reference to the policy body itself, not to any individual officers.
Oh, right, because it's about concerning a matter calendared by the body within the previous 30 days or likely to be calendared within the next 30 days.
Right. And it's focused on boards and commissions enumerated in the charter. And so that's why the board of supervisors or the clerk that's assigned to each board. So, or secretary, I guess it should say clerk, because on the executive branch side, they may not use the clerk of the board of supervisor clerks.
So we should say the secretary or clerk of each board and commission?
That's fine.
Yeah. Because like the planning commission has a secretary, I think the library has a secretary.
Right.
That does all the record keeping and the calendaring and all that stuff.
If I can, to Member Anderson, my answer would be that at the time when this was first drafted 30 plus years ago, there were fewer charter boards and commissions. There were some number of other policy bodies created by ordinance. But generally, the fewer charter boards and commissions actually took real big actions on contracts, budgets, permits, water, transpo, whatever, all kinds of things. And generally the ordinance bodies did other things that were of less consequence. And so when the question came, you know, this is going to cost because this is a new and different thing, how much do we want to spend on it? You know, how important is it? The answer was, it's really important for charter boards and commissions. It's less important for everybody else. And if we, you know, have to choose where to spend scarce dollars, let's do charter boards and commissions now. And it wasn't really revisited later. Does that help you?
That helps.
Okay.
So do we want to, at this moment, make a recommendation about whether this should be applied to all policy bodies, or do we just want to put a note here to consider that and move on?
I would suggest that we make a note on this, just like we make a note on other things. And when we go out to the departments and members of the public, we say, you know, this is an area that it's currently a burden only on charter boards and commissions. Were we to extend this to other policy bodies, how does that play out for you? And if they say we have to hire 5 more people and it costs $1 million, we'll say, are you sure about that? Or they may say, no, we can do that. That's relatively easy. Let's hear what the burden is there.
So you're saying, okay.
I'm inclined to expand
Who do you want to ask?
The departments that would have to implement this.
Okay. Okay. So ask the departments and discuss at full task force.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the point is, expanding the ordinance requiring more things is going to cost more. And if at some point, if there's a budget, you can say, look, you know, you can spend another $100,000 or $1 million on stuff. That's probably doable. But if you're going to, you know, hire a small army and it's going to cost $100 million, nobody's going to vote for that. And that's kind of crazy. So I'm not ready to make those choices yet.
Yeah, I think we can note it, but I believe I heard in our discussion that the point of all this is to make sure that any items it covers all items that are brought up as possibly part of an agenda. Okay, and by expanding it, would we be expanding it to departments that really their agendas are determined by what's going on in the commissions that govern them?
Some cases.
So why would we duplicate? If the information's coming to the commission that governs them, then why would we duplicate it by having the department do it too?
It all ends up in the public file. In any way.
Let me just say broadly, people in San Francisco, it shouldn't come as a shock to anybody here, can get exercised about any number of things, and whether it's, you know, some soccer field at Rec Park, or the use of the Southeast Community Facility, or the library in North Beach, you know, any of those things can blow up, and 100 members and, you know, 3,000 form letters can come in, and suddenly, you know, there's a Prozac meeting that everybody wants to go to, and they're being bombarded on some relatively obscure but suddenly important issue. This has happened, you know, remember Wolf?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is not, I'm not suggesting any particular course of action. All I'm saying is people get exercised around here, and you want to, if you want to be able to see what they're talking about, then we do this. If it's like, do whatever, there are different ways to slice and dice it. I said enough.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think the sentiment around the table here is we want as much available and accessible as possible.
Yeah.
The question is, you know, as Member Popa was saying, is how you slice and dice it.
Right.
Is what we need to figure out.
And if the departments come back and say, you know what, we get this concept. We would rather just do it electronically and not have a public file. And if somebody wants to come, not have a paper file, if someone wants to come in and say, I've spotted item 38 in the electronic thing, can I get a copy of that? We're happy to provide that. Then I'll say, fine, let's figure out the verbiage to make that happen. It's just to get the buy-in. Let's move on.
Okay, this was good discussion. Are we ready to move on to the next item? Excuse me, next section.
Next section.
Yes. And Ms. Peterson, there's still no members of the public?
There's no one in the room.
Okay.
No one online.
Seeing as there is no public to offer public comment, we're going to proceed. Let's move on to section 67.24, public information that must be disclosed. So there's sort of a preamble. Why don't we consider preamble and then subsection A, drafts and memoranda, and discuss that? So let's give everybody a minute or two to read.
I'm sorry. As usual, I made a mistake. There was one other thing I just spotted on 67.23.
Uh-huh.
We can just go back to that for 1 second.
Sure.
In A, the end of that sentence, or the end of that subsection, periodical publications or communications exempt from disclosure. Could we perhaps just end it there? What I'm saying is I don't care whether it's exempt under CPRA or not deemed disclosable, whatever. If it's exempt from disclosure for whatever reason, then it's exempt from disclosure, period. Just trying to shorten it.
Members, any objections or other thoughts about that?
No, that's reasonable.
I suppose.
Okay.
I'm not trying to change the meaning in any way there.
I'm going to.
What about that last part? Not deemed disclosable under section 67.24.
If it's exempt from disclosure, then it's exempt from disclosure, whether it's by state law or.
How about what if we say exempt from disclosure according to state or local? Maybe that's not.
And because it might not be disclosable under a federal law like HIPAA.
Right.
The intent of 67.23 was not to create some loophole where privileged documents get inadvertently disclosed.
Right. You know what? I think you're right. Yeah. Okay. Right. For example, if it's attorney-client privilege.
Right.
Exactly. And that would be obvious. So, and that's exempt from disclosure. Okay. Moving back to 67.24, let's take a minute to read subsections A1 and 2, and then let's discuss. Okay. What do we think?
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the opening section, I keep going back and forth on a departments or the cities, but why don't we leave it as is for the moment? We can consider that later. I'm happy to lose the word legal because I'm not sure that it's legal discretion or just discretion.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather say pursuant to rather than under CPRA. And I'm good with the rest of that opening.
Well, I think the word legal is important because they could have discretion over things that are not legal.
Huh? It's just referring to discretion to withhold where that discretion is provided under CPRA. I just think legal is just a surplus word there. I'm not going to fight about it. I don't care that much.
Okay. It sounds redundant.
Yeah, that was my point.
CPRA is law.
Right.
I would keep discretion. I would keep the CPRA, and I would just drop the word legal.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all. And then again, pursuant to rather than under.
I have something in A2.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle, at the end of the coming to the end of the first sentence, it says substantially harmed by compliance with this 10-day rule, provided that the policy body as used in the subdivision does not include committees.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that describing a policy body that has committees, or is it specifying a policy body that would be using committees for the particular?
It's just really confusing.
I would offer that it is poorly worded. The intention was that this 10-day rule here refers to the parent body, that you can, that if it goes to a subcommittee, the subcommittee is not subject to the 10-day rule. It's just the parent body, but it is confusing and poorly written.
I would maybe then say, provided that the policy body is used in the subdivision, I don't know, like not use the word include, but maybe involve, or something, or committees don't participate in it, or something.
Does not refer the matter to committees.
There you go. I think that sounds good. That's good.
I'm not necessarily convinced that the 10 days shouldn't relate to subcommittees if that's where the hearing is. So let me give you a specific example on this. There was an agreement between the city and Recology related to customer refunds, a settlement of litigation that went to the board's GAO committee a few years ago. The public wasn't an ordinance. I think it was a resolution. The legislation referred to the agreement. The legislation was available. The agreement was not available at the time of the hearing, and I wanted to comment on the substance of the agreement, and I went around and around with the city attorney on this because I was told that it was that their interpretation was that it was 10 days prior to the parent body, the full board of supervisors, didn't apply to the committee, and they didn't need to disclose the agreement under this provision. There are other examples like that. It's very technical. It cuts different ways in terms of primarily litigation. Anyway, I want to think more about it, but the point is well made that whether it applies to parent bodies or to committees is an important consideration.
Well, I think if the intent was not to include or involve or refer to committees, then that's the intent. Then it just stays with the policy body, which is the parent. Well, not necessarily. I think.
So
Yeah.
the problem in my case was that public comment wasn't going to be taken at the full Board of Supervisors. The opportunity for public comment was at the committee.
Right.
So if that's the case, then, but at the same time, the ordinance shouldn't dictate how policy bodies structure their committees or their hearings, just what notice is required or disclosures.
Yeah, but the Board of Supervisors does at times take public comment on items that they cannot refer to committee.
That's correct.
And this is talking about, agreements and leases and contracts and stuff that must only have its business done before the full board. Anyway.
Again, I think the point of 10 days, parent bodies, subcommittees is well made. I don't have a solution to it. I like to think on it.
Okay.
Any other thoughts on subsection A1 or 2?
So on A1, I don't have the specific citation right now, but this tracks from a provision of the Public Records Act about drafts and memoranda, and was intended to supersede the CPRA on that point, because that, I believe the CPRA gives departments discretion to withhold.
Well, then let's not refer to something that it doesn't do, like this.
No.
Yeah.
Well, but what I'm saying is this was intended to say, no, if you think you've got discretion under state law, no, you don't have discretion here. You must disclose it.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, I don't think we need to specify, because here's a reason not to specify.
I'm just providing that as background. So,
okay, great.
So I guess the point was that it was 6254A, and I would have to look on my little chart as to where that got moved to, but it was intended, as I say, to contravene that.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that I like where the rest of this landed. If such a document is not normally kept on file and would otherwise be disposed of, that's all weird. Its factual content is not exempt. I would probably end it there, and this only the recommendation of the author may be withheld as exempt. I've never understood that or been with it. If someone is recommending that the city should do something, I don't get how a preliminary draft of that document and the author's recommendation should be withheld. Somebody says, hey, let's close Market Street because I think that's a great idea. Whether you like the idea or not, there's an author's recommendation in there. What is an author's recommendation? How should that be exempt or non-exempt? You lost me there. Anyway, that whole
I'll
last
tell you
bit-
why I think maybe it should be exempt. If you have people are working internally on something and there's an internal debate, but there's no public position on it yet.
Okay.
If you have maybe people who aren't going to be the ones who are publicly declaring what the decision is, but are staff members who are providing feedback and suggestions to a supervisor who then will release what the decision is. If their recommendations either conflict with each other or conflict with the supervisor, it makes it hard to present a formal this is the stance of our department. If there are dissenting opinions that would not otherwise be released, get released.
Okay, but I would suggest maybe as a journalist or as a member of the
As a
public.
journalist, I want to know what the dissenting
Right.
opinions are, but I understand as a city doing business or as any organization doing business that you don't want every opinion that exists within your organization to be put out there.
Well, isn't that what work product is?
Sorry?
Isn't that what work product is?
That's work product of an attorney, but this is in the context of other than attorney communications, which are privileged. I would suggest the countervailing argument is, let's say that staff asks a group in an agency, what do you think? Should we do this or that? And please explain why. And they all respond, I would do this, I would do that, blah, 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 blah. And ultimately the agency chooses a course of action. Guess what? We're paying for all that. And if you want to know who at the agency believes in course A or course B or course C for whatever reason, shouldn't you be able to ferret that out as
a journalist? I want my reporters to be able to call lots of staff in different departments and ask their opinions about things. And guess what? They're usually directed to, the PIO,
Right.
and they say, I can't talk to you.
Okay. But if they authored a memo that says, I think we should do blah, 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 and here's why shouldn't you and I and everybody have access to that? Again, did I mention they're on the dime?
No, I understand what you're saying, but okay, I can't believe I'm speaking against my professional interest.
I won't tell anyone.
However, in order for the city, boy, this is really complicated.
Now you get an understanding of the executive privilege and the candid conversation. And
here's the thing.
Yeah.
One person at a time, please.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. This is an interesting point. We are here to provide access to public records, and we're here to provide to ensure access to public meetings. That's what we are here to do. Otherwise, would the city have to say, do not write down your opinion on anything ever?
They might.
Well, the problem is if we're talking, folks have to do strategy. They have develop their strategies on things that if there was an adversarial party, or it was like a real estate deal or something like that, those have to be held in confidence until after the thing is done. And then you can reveal all that stuff. That's kind of the gist of what this is getting at. But what it is saying on, let's see, like double I, a record previously received or created by a department in the ordinary course.
We're not in B yet.
Oh, you're not in B yet.
We're still in A1.
Oh, okay.
We're A1. So the last sentence in A1 says only the recommendation of the author may in such circumstances be withheld as exempt. And I think the idea is, you know, there are drafts that are, so if a document is not normally kept on file and would otherwise be disposed of, its factual content is not exempt.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Only
Yeah,
the recommendation, right? So we're saying that drafts are not exempt and they must be shared. But you know, if it's a draft, it may include dissenting opinions within a division. And once the final version of it is approved, there's going to be a unified, this is what we're putting out.
The other problem to be aware of, and this has not changed in all of this time, is that sometimes documents only get to the stage of a draft, and for whatever reason, this reason or other reasons, a department never finalizes it. And so they say, it's a draft. I either can or can't release it as a draft, and I certainly can't give you the author's recommendations.
But this says it should be released as a draft, but you can redact the recommendations. But the factual information must be released.
Not redact, exempted.
Exempt. Okay.
Withheld
as exempt.
But I'm saying this is one of the games that agencies have played in saying, you know, we never came up with a final plan on that. It was only a draft. We never finalized that.
Hold on.
Because they didn't want to.
I have a question. Member Wolf, when you're saying, when I said redact and you said no, withheld as exempt, does that mean they're withholding the whole document or they're withholding
the document is
recommendation?
not, the document is exempt. It means it's not disclosable.
But it says only the recommendation of the author may in such circumstances be withheld as exempt. So the factual content can't be withheld.
Yeah.
Right, not only the recommendation.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think what Member Pilpel's saying is, wouldn't you like to know what that recommendation is?
Oh, absolutely.
Would that be disclosed?
Well, I'd like to know.
Well, I would say strike that whole last sentence.
Maybe we should.
If you want to do something provocative,
let's be provocative.
Then you say, let's propose that and ask departments to provide real life examples of where they would use this and why.
Right, because here I am sitting here thinking, well, they would use it this reason, this. Yeah, you know. Members, what do you think? Should we strike it?
I say strike it.
Member Anderson?
Yeah.
There it goes. Delete. With track changes. Okay.
I would suspect we will be reviewing that topic again someday. That's not the end.
I might even put a note here. Lots of debate. In the end, we all agreed this should go.
Another scenario comes up with this is you got something coming before a commission that's, you know, a high stakes decision, and somebody on staff receives a whole bunch of email or influential communications, and then they write up a recommendation about whether the commission should or should not approve of it or not, and they don't want the public to see that or who is named in that recommendation.
So, Member Wolf, you're providing an example. And is this defending our reason for striking it, or why you think this is not going to go?
No, it's an agreement to strike it.
Okay.
Because we want to know, the public should know what the department is trying to influence the commissioners on.
I see what you're saying. We should know.
If you don't get to see it, that's how you end up with rubber stamp boards.
You know what? I think you're right. You're right. So if a whole department is recommending one course of action and a different course is taken because those opinions were disregarded, we would want to know.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think we acknowledge that attorney-client
Is a different
communication
thing.
is
Yeah.
a different thing. So this is
Absolutely.
really
Right. This
non-attorneys
is not
or
yeah.
not city attorney
Yep, yep.
folks that are making policy recommendations, be good, bad, or otherwise, right?
That's right.
That's where I'm going with it, and
Right.
let them tell us why we're full of it.
And you'll always hear the city attorney say, well, it could lead to litigation. So it's attorney-client privilege. They'll go down that road. We've heard that before.
Okay. Anything else on A2?
In general, on A2, I think I had a thought to move this to something under 67.9 because this seemed like it was related to meetings, but I could be convinced to keep it here.
Well,
There-
negotiations
Yeah.
are sometimes in physical records.
No.
No, this is I think it needs to stay here because it's not about a meeting.
It's about
Per
the
se.
documents shared.
It's more about, contracts or RFPs.
That's fine. Let me think about it. Maybe it was the 10-day thing related to approval at a policy body. That
Right.
was the part that I was interested in moving to 0.9, and the other stuff about draft versions and documents, I think I was better with keeping that here. So I'll think about it some more.
My sense of this is a process flow.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's giving you like the operational, how the thing needs to move and what's happening in that process.
Okay, should we move on to B, which is litigation material?
Oh, sure. That's fun
Oh, yeah.
too.
Fun.
Yeah. Okay. So what I had for B1.
Hold on. Give us,
Yeah. Okay.
well, what's interesting about this? Sorry. Is everyone ready?
What is interesting?
What's interesting is B subsection 3.
Yeah, except that that's not really operable. That was part of what was, I believe, that was
1-3?
what was litigated under the St. Croix opinion.
You mean 1-3?
Yes, B1 subsection 3, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not compliance with that.
Yeah. If it wasn't privileged before, it can't be privileged.
No, the one on advice with compliance. So, notwithstanding any exemptions otherwise provided by law, the following are public records subject to disclosure under the ordinance, which includes advice on compliance with, analysis of, an opinion concerning liability under or any communication otherwise concerning the California Public Records Act, the Ralph M. Brown Act, the Political Reform Act, and any San Francisco Governmental Ethics Code or this ordinance.
It annoys. I hear you on the Grossman, St. Croix Grossman thing, but this one really annoys the hell out of me because whatever advice they give to one person, it applies to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, or it applies to everyone similarly situated.
But it's about how to operate the operation of the law
Yeah.
with regards to disclosure of a record or what have you, and otherwise they get to then, come up with some, end run or loophole not to do it.
Right. I feel like we are often told no, that information is going to be withheld. Yeah.
So on the whole B section,
Mm-hmm.
start to finish.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I have for B1.
Mm-hmm.
Some minor tweaks. Notwithstanding any exemptions otherwise provided by law, the following delete are public records, insert are there, are subject to disclosure.
Mm-hmm.
Strike under this ordinance.
Okay.
So it moves are and strikes the last three words.
Yep.
I would, instead of the sub 1, 2, and 3 in Roman, I would do A, B, and C. This was just not numbered the way
Hold on,
the
hold on.
subsections.
No, I'm
normally
looking
happen.
at this because the problem is, nope, we can't do that. Because you already have little A, B, and C. You can't.
No, it's upper A, B, and C. That's the normal convention throughout most of the ordinance is lowercase A, B, C, upper, what do you call it? 1, 2, 3, uppercase A, B, C, and then in the rare
you're right.
instance, then
This
it
is
goes
correct.
to.
You are. I stand corrected. Yep.
Anyway, pre-litigation claim, that's fine. Or fine with me. A record previously, I'm a big fan of alphabetizing, so I would probably do created or received, but whatever. I would delete by a department because I don't think that helps. So created or received in the ordinary course of business that was not attorney-client privileged when it was, I don't know about previously. Oh, no, previously, because it says that at the beginning, when it was not previously created or received.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't think that the compliance, the C or 3 thing, I just don't think that that's going to be held as legal. They're going to say that.
Well, let's leave it because we would like this to be the case, even though this is not what actually happens today.
I mean, I think there are other places where we could say, and perhaps should. I had some ideas for, I think 67.34 somewhere, that the city attorney shall make public advice memos on blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But I think having a general concept that any advice given on compliance, analysis, or liability under these various laws is necessarily public is going to mean, as you suggested earlier, that they're going to say, I can talk to you about it, but I can't put it in writing because then we'd have to make it public.
Right.
So that's the practical problem. I mean, there's all kinds of advice that is given all day, every day by the city attorney to various departments. Much of that, I think, is just regular mundane stuff that we don't need to know about. But if it's about a public matter, if it's about a really important public matter, it should be structured as a public opinion. And there are some number of public opinions that the city attorney issues. And frankly, I think there should be more of those.
I agree.
But I'm not sure that putting some big blanket statement in here that's not likely enforceable is the way to get there. We don't have to resolve this one tonight, but
maybe we can leave
put
it as it stands. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it the way it's currently written. It's just that it's not being implemented.
All right.
Yeah. Other than that, it's a great idea.
Maybe we should put a parenthetical. You have to do this.
Yeah, I mean, it almost reminds me of like why you would do almost like a writ of mandamus in a way. It's like you're trying to get the government to do what the law says it's supposed to be doing. You know,
Understand also the way it's written by including the Political Reform Act and any San Francisco Governmental Ethics Code. That actually suggests that if the city attorney, let's be clear, if the city attorney or the Ethics Commission or the DA or somebody else is writing a memo on whether the fill in the blank for supervisor or for mayor committee complied with Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code section 3.324, that might be public. If there's a proceeding, if there's a complaint at the Ethics Commission, this might be a roadmap for fill in the blank to oppose the city. So this doesn't necessarily work always in the public interest by disclosing this. I mean, there are absolutely, I think, appropriate adversarial proceedings in the city for which non-public advice should be rendered. I'm not saying all, but I'm saying, this blanket, everything is public, doesn't necessarily work.
I could see for it to be disclosed something like if the mayor had a opportunity to remove an elected official due to some sort of misconduct.
Alleged, sure.
Or alleged misconduct. So, and then they were getting advice from the city attorney on how to do that. That all should be public.
I mean, we saw, for example, the Buck Delventhal memo to the mayor's office on compliance with the, the Prop G calendar requirement. Right. That was public. That's cool. Yep. That was good.
That's right.
Right.
Perfect example.
If somebody else wanted to write a different memo on why they shouldn't comply, I don't know. I mean, I'm just leery of giving a roadmap to the other side when there can be an adverse proceeding.
So I think we decided we were going to leave
it for the moment.
Yeah. Okay. So let's move on to
right,
B2.
Okay. So what I had on this is just a rewording, but it doesn't really change the meaning. I have, unless otherwise privileged, pursuant to state law, comma,
okay,
records of all communications between the city and any adverse party, comma, including the text and terms of any settlement, shall be subject to disclosure when litigation is finally adjudicated or otherwise settled.
Hang on one second.
Okay.
Unless otherwise privileged, pursuant to state law.
Right.
Records of all communications between the city and any adverse party. No, hang on. It's communications, including the text and terms of any settlement. We've got to put the modifier. Okay. Records of all communications, including text and terms of any settlement between the city and any adverse party.
Yep.
Adverse party, no comma, shall be subject to disclosure when litigation is finally adjudicated or otherwise settled.
I can live with that.
Okay.
Again,
everybody else live with that?
Yeah. Again, I don't think it changes the idea.
No, it just
reads better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why we're trying to make it easier for lawyers to read this, but never mind. Did I say that?
Member Wolf, Member Anderson, any other thoughts on this? Or are we ready to start looking at C?
I don't have anything
Right.
else.
Okay. Let's take a moment and everyone read subsection. Oh my gosh, I'm so confused with these numbers.
Right.
Okay.
We'll clear that up.
Okay.
shortly.
So
C1,
we're at
C2.
We're at little c. Okay. Personnel information.
I'm okay with it all.
I have one.
Yes. What is that?
Could we be consistent in how we talk about whether something is exempted or not? In B, it's like notwithstanding any exemptions. In C, it's like none of the following shall be exempt. Could we be consistent in saying notwithstanding or none of the following shall be exempt? Because after a while, it seems like it makes it confusing, I believe.
Okay, because right now in B, it says notwithstanding any exemptions otherwise provided by law, the following are public records, the following public records are subject to disclosure.
Yeah.
So we could say, except is government code section 6254.
That's the old, but still.
Okay.
Why don't we think about a way to make that work throughout this section?
Yeah.
But I do like the one under litigation material is actually cleaner, notwithstanding any exemptions otherwise provided by law, the following public records are subject to disclosure.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to copy that and I'm going to put this suggest change to for the following personnel information.
Well, be careful. Let's be very clear on C. None of the following shall be exempt under blah 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 or any other provision where disclosure is not forbidden. So what we don't know, and what I was going to get to in discussion in a second, is if any of those items are somehow forbidden from disclosure pursuant to statute, case law, MOU, whatever the heck. So unfortunately, it's a different world. There's a world of like litigation and exemptions and privileges and all that. There's a whole different world related to employment and labor stuff.
It's all law.
It's still all law though, right?
Should be, unless we gave something away in an MOU. But yes.
So it's still law.
I put a comment on this. I said, can we change this to the same language suggested for B above, notwithstanding any exemptions otherwise provided by law, the following public records are subject to disclosure. And we'll just leave it as a question and maybe we'll get some legal guidance on this.
All right, that's cool.
Okay. Does anyone have any other comments?
do.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so on the intro to C,
Mhm.
none of the following shall be exempt from disclosure. Again, I would say pursuant to.
Unless we change it to the other thing. Yeah.
Right. If we're going with this
Okay.
structure, pursuant to California government code, it's going to be a different site. I'll get you the new site next time, or any other provision of state law, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Unless we go with the other formulation. I get that. Under 1, again, the Roman 1 through 5,
Yep,
go
I
A, B,
changed
C,
that
D,
already.
E.
Yep.
Cool. We should inquire with DHR as to what the state of the law is on disclosure. I'm on the record. I am not Donald Trump. I am not rescinding DEI programs. I'm not getting into any of that. But I don't know what the state of the law or practice is in terms of what you can disclose and can't disclose. And I don't want to suggest that we're over or under disclosing there. It may be that you can, it may be that you can't, it may be that I don't know. I would want to hear from the labor and employment folks.
Here's how I would like to proceed, and you tell me what you think.
Yep.
I think we should act like San Francisco is San Francisco going forward, unless we're prevented from doing so otherwise, because I think we have really good laws in these areas.
I'm not disagreeing.
And so I think we should leave it as it is. And if it becomes an issue, it becomes an issue. And I don't think we should concede on any of these points.
No.
Fair enough. I'm not suggesting that. There may be some other tweak that wasn't contemplated at the time that may be state of the art in labor and employment. I don't know. At some point, I think there are several areas of
You're saying even separate from what is going on in Washington right now, that this may need to be updated
right
because of things that have happened in San Francisco in the past 5 years. Okay.
California.
In California. Right. Okay. I'm going to put a note here. Make sure this complies with current state and local.
And maybe the term now isn't sex, it's gender, and maybe gender has its own implications.
I see.
Blah, blah.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Now I understand.
And I don't know if we still want to say ethnic group or if that's right.
Right.
Whatever. I'm just.
Now I understand what you're saying.
If you go to sub-item 5 or E, the idea here was, and take that with item 1, the job pool characteristics, right? It was saying, look, if you're hiring new bus drivers or an accounting clerk or whatever the heck, right? What was your job pool? 10 people, 1,000 people? What can you tell us generally about who was in the pool, right? Because ultimately somebody was selected and you can say, well, that's interesting. There were 1,000 people in the pool, 900 of whom were African American. And
I'm sorry, you lost me. Which subsection are you on right now?
the job pool characteristics.
Right. But
So-
we moved. Okay. And
Right.
which sub? Yeah.
I'm just talking about the overall section. What was the idea? The idea was to be able to say for a particular job that was advertised, 1,000 people applied. 900 of them, it turns out, were African American, but of the people that were hired, only 5 African Americans were hired and 90 non-African Americans were hired. That seems a little skewed, odd, something that you would only get that from looking at these aggregate numbers, which is what we're seeking to disclose, not something that's particular to one individual that might
Yeah, I
have
think we
privacy
understand that.
implications.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's not okay. Because someone may say,
Well, because
you
that's
can
why they
reverse
say in
engineer
E,
this.
other non-identifying
That's
particulars. So, I think that's covered here. I mean, unless the job pool, the potential job pool is so small that,
Well, And that's why I'm saying the labor and employment folks may say, well, what if there are only 3 people and you can figure out who the people were? Maybe you want to say only where the job pool is sufficiently big. I don't know. That's why I'm saying I don't know enough about labor and employment law. City has a Department of Human Resources. Presumably they're up to speed.
So are you suggesting that we need to do something about this, or are you suggesting that if this were an issue, it would have come up already?
I'm saying that when we put this out to the departments, this is an area that we should flag as a labor and employment thing that we want to hear from the city attorney and from DHR about if this language still works years later.
Okay.
Does this cover all the pools of people who may be available?
In the way that we wanted it
Yeah.
to.
So that if they came and said, we need to know whether or not you had a pool that include transgender, that may or may not be in there.
I think you're talking about different things. I think, Member Anderson, you're talking about the categories that we have. You mean whether? You mean what? Okay. Whether that those would identify people who don't want to be identified?
Or that.
Maybe. I also don't want to make it any easier for a right-wing organization or a left-wing organization to sue the city over some labor and employment thing because of some provision that we had here that wasn't worded correctly. Everybody litigates about everything these days. And if what we're saying is that there's a public interest in understanding general job pool characteristics, that's cool. Let's do that. But let's not write it in such a way that we can get that is adverse to the city's interests overall.
So we want to make the categories as broad as possible.
Yeah.
But still in the spirit of it saying, hey, this is information that a reasonable citizen in this a resident of the city might be interested in knowing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but the city is not separate from the taxpayers either. Taxpayers, the residents, the citizens have a right to know who they're hiring and who's working for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that what I said?
Is it?
Yeah.
You're both right.
We're both right, but it's both and.
So that if you go to 2, 3, 4, 5, the idea there is that someone who's actually hired, who says, I went to Stanford, I went to Harvard, I, went to City College, blah, blah, blah. If they've got that available, great. Let's make that public, but not these other things that should be appropriately redacted.
Mm-hmm.
The job description, I would substitute each for every in 3. And same thing in 4. I mean, that's 3 and 4 is pretty standard through civil service and through Transparent California and Controller's website, whatever, right? I think those bridges have already been crossed. Any MOU between the city should really be, you can strike or department. MOUs are between the city and a recognized employee organization. I think that's the term, by the way, is recognized employee organization. So I would strike or department. So that's where you get to 3, 4, and 5. Sorry, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as to specific individuals and MOUs with unions. I believe on 6 that can either be moved or dropped. I think I had that moved to somewhere in 67.12 if it's in closed session. I don't believe any of
what public shouldn't know about who's getting a raise.
I just don't think, I think this was done at a time when a performance-based raise, if you want to call it that, could be awarded pursuant to an MOU at an open session of a policy. I just don't think this happens in this way now, and it's not going to happen again. There are very few employees that are directly hired or whatever that are under the purview of a board or commission, and they don't get performance-based changes in compensation in closed session. It happens in a different way. And there was a change in state law about summarizing the compensation of the chief executives of bodies. Anyway,
How about this? Why don't we ask the city attorney and department if this is relevant? Yeah.
If they say we use this all the time and you just don't know it, fine, then I stand corrected. If they say this hasn't happened in 10 years and it's not going to happen again because it doesn't work this way anymore, then maybe we can take it out. That's fine. I don't disagree that it should be made public. I'm just not sure that this is the right way to get at it. And if you go back up to 4, if the exact gross salary changes, you're going to figure that out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, should we move on to D, law enforcement information?
One last change in what's now 7, may end up being 6.
Mm-hmm.
The record of any, this is actually pretty important. And again, this might need to get reworded because I don't know if we got it right. I would just substitute city for public. So it's not just
a city employee?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not just any public employee. This is only related to city employees. But this talks about specific types of confirmed misconduct and the discipline imposed. And then they may say, well, that's all well and good, but under, what do you call it? The police officer's procedural bill of rights, that they cannot disclose confirmed misconduct of a police officer or any discipline imposed except under Penal Code 132.7. So it may look good, but it may not actually happen with regard to cops. It may look good, but the city might have negotiated some of this away in MOUs with specific employees or whatever. I just don't know if this is actually happening in the way that you would want it to happen. I mean, the idea is if somebody is embezzling funds from the city and the city fires that person or gives them 30 days pending termination, that should be public. That should be all over the place, right? We found misconduct, we rooted it out, we did something about it. But instead, they may say, well, there was a whistleblower complaint and the Ethics Commission is investigating, the DA's all over this, we can't talk about it. And then by the time the person separates, they're like, there's nothing to say, or we entered into a settlement agreement where it's not public and we can't, whatever. They may have found ways to finagle around it.
Phrase a question for me to what person or to which person or entity would you like to just address which question about the section?
I think this is all DHR and city attorney, labor and employment, straight up.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that we have to keep in mind is that this section says any confirmed conduct. And that puts a whole different spin on it, because in those areas where there's some agreement for the person to separate, normally it's you separate and we don't confirm what it is you did.
Correct.
In which case it's not disclosable.
That's right. And the reason that we use the word confirmed is there can be an allegation and it turns out that an investigation bore out that the person did not engage in that misconduct or there was insufficient evidence. So this was trying to both protect employees against unfounded allegations, but at the same time disclose in the public interest confirmed misconduct, and particularly where it led to discipline. So a specific example here, let me see if it works. It's not directly on point, but there used to be a process, there might still be, that if you had a complaint against a Muni bus driver, that you filed a complaint, there was a process, there was a hearing, there was a Skelly hearing, a step 2, a step 3 hearing, and at some point they could impose discipline. But then under their MOU, they said, well, we can have our little back and forth internally, but we're never going to disclose this to the public. So if you think some bus driver, has a bad history, that history is never going to get disclosed, so no one's ever going to know what happened here. It's all Star Chamber stuff.
So it sounds like we need to seek some outside advice on this. So why don't we move on to section D, which is
But it's a fun topic.
Oh, it's fascinating, but I don't think we're going to get any further tonight.
Yeah.
So
We're pushing the ball up the hill.
Yeah.
exactly. So let's look at D, which is law enforcement information.
Yeah.
Let's give everyone a minute to look at this. Okay, are we ready to
Dive in.
discuss? Who has thoughts on law enforcement information?
Well, this is a big topic. This does have, I think it's still the correct site at CGC 25303. This also had to do with something called the Rivero decision that had just come out in the mid to late 90s. Rivero versus Superior Court. I don't remember the site, but it definitely was about disclosure of law enforcement information. It's also related to, and you may want to make a note, the old 6254F and possibly 6254.30 that's now 7923.600 series. So the issue here, and we've talked about this at full task force meetings to a great degree, is how much can we encourage, in particular, the DA, police chief, and sheriff to provide information that they're not prohibited from disclosing, but where they have a special law enforcement balancing test as to whether or not disclosure of the information would benefit the public interest or would harm the public interest. And this says, as much as possible, make information available, but don't do it if it would jeopardize confidential sources, techniques, witnesses, juveniles, etc. The concept is good. The language here, I think, is still good and strong, but again, I don't know if this is state of the art given a number of changes in case law and state law and police practices and whatnot. I mean, this is where, we got into it on the Lotaki case recently and some of these other police and law enforcement things. It may be that this is close, but not entirely right on. I don't know.
Is there, in terms of language, I was looking, is there somewhere in the Brown Act or the CPRA that we could just borrow their language?
Well, again, I cited those sections. The way I read that the last time I got into it was that it gives law enforcement agencies their own balancing test. The old 6255 general balancing test, we said you can't use, but law enforcement still has a law enforcement balancing test where they can say, on balance, this would impede the police from doing their job. So they say no. And that was the basis that they used for not disclosing the automatic, license plate cameras.
So what would we like to see? Because basically, even with all the verbiage in here,
Yep.
it boils down to tell me what you want to give us. It's a lot of words there, but it allows law enforcement to say, well, no. So under this ordinance, are we saying, but you must say yes to some?
To some, it's either trying to limit, or if you just read it as are encouraged to cooperate, it's just saying that our policy is you should be as disclosive as you can, but it's not actually requiring anything. Maybe Chair LaHood, if you want to talk about police reporters and police blotter stuff and how this was very much about the press, frankly, as much as the public.
So if we ignore everything in the first two sentences, I almost feel like these,
We could split it out. We could 1 and 2, A and B it, whatever.
well, I feel like there's sort of,
there are a lot of different things going on here.
I feel like the first two sentences are almost a distraction.
Okay.
It sort of makes this assumption that that journalists want to interfere. So it's, however, no provision of this ordinance is intended to abrogate or interfere with the constitutional and statutory power and duties of the district attorney and sheriff as a term. Like this this whole preamble, it's kind of like, why is this even here? Why don't we just say what the law is and what it does? And
again, you have to go back to
the moment in time.
Right.
That's where the
Rivero decision.
Put this. Free. Come now.
Is that Member Wolf?
He's muted himself.
Okay. As I recall, and maybe it wasn't just the Rivero decision, but there was a point in time where, and this has gone back and forth with the police unions in the state and state law and blah, 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 where power has shifted about how much the police in particular can disclose, can't disclose, how much discretion they have, and, where there's been too much alleged or believed misconduct, then the state has said, well, you have to, disclose more, and then the unions push back. There's a lot of push and pull in this area. I don't know how.
Yeah, no, now, yeah. Because there is information that needs to be disclosed even. You know what? This whole section might need some special review, comparing it with, we need to look at this in conjunction with recent changes in the law. Because I think looking at it by itself, actually, maybe that's why it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah.
And I very much would like to hear from the DA, the sheriff, the police chief, the city attorney on their view of this. And they may say, you can do this, but it means that. You can do that, and it means that, whatever, you know.
Because I think at the end of the day, what we want is the disclosure of any and all information that should be publicly available.
Right.
Barring specific exemptions.
That make
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Specific legal exemptions.
Right. That it's all public and disclosable unless
it's exempted.
Yeah.
And I think it should be written that way as opposed to naming the exemptions.
Yeah, and sort of like this backing into it. It's like, we don't mean to do this, we don't need to do this, but would you please do, release these documents?
All I can say is the more you get into, and I can't remember if it, not just Rivero, but whether it was CBS versus Block or, I don't know, Sheriff Baca. There are just a huge number of court cases in this area, and it said, that cities can do blah, counties can do blah, other agencies can't do this, but if you do that, there's a 4-pronged test. There's just a whole area of what is and isn't disclosable and what circumstances as specifically related to law enforcement agencies.
Yeah, and I think we acknowledge that by saying disclose everything that's not by law considered an exemption. So that by whatever law happens to be in effect at the time. But as opposed to naming exemptions and then it's like, well, only these exemptions apply. It's like, well, no, there are all these others that come and go. And some of the exemptions may have gone and some of them, and we may have 10 in their place. But I think it doesn't make it as specific, especially on law enforcement, because that's a moving target, so to speak. It's just always changing one way or another. So we want everything that is a public record that is not specifically exempted by law.
I got a comment on it.
I think if we look at 1 through 6 just for a moment, I think those are pretty good. Maybe one could say whose identities shall nevertheless be indicated by substituting.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Could you say that again?
I'm sorry, Member Wolf has his hand up.
I know. I'm going to let Member Pilpel finish, and then we'll go to Member Wolf.
Okay. I was just suggesting that 1 through 6 here are a pretty good list. One perhaps could say whose identities shall nevertheless be substituted. It's kind of like a redaction thing, but whatever. But the idea is that 1 through 6 seem to be, at the time, good specifics not to disclose. Other than that, I think Member Anderson is correct that other stuff should be disclosed, period.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason, and unless somebody in an agency wants to say, well, beyond 1 through 6, we've got, 3 more new categories that are cyber related or technology, whatever. We've got a good reason for non-disclosure. Let's hear that. But otherwise, what this should say with fewer words is disclose more. I mean, that's how you get more trust in your policing, is if you reveal what's going on. If you say, yeah, we want you to call in tips, but we're not going to tell you what the hell's going on out there, people stop calling in.
So I'd like to let Member Wolf talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my concern about that is if records are to be exempt, it's one thing if you're asking for that particular item, and then the law says that item is exempt. It's another thing when a respondent says, I can't disclose that information then, but won't identify what the item is. And we've run into that from time to time. They'll say like, oh, it's attorney-client privilege, or it's exempt under this, that, or the other thing. But they don't necessarily identify what the actual item is. And since we don't have the ability to see it in camera, we can't even make a decision as to whether it's truly exempt or not. And I don't know how to get around that.
Well, may I?
Sure.
Well, I haven't thought of anything.
I think the answer to that is later on, and I don't think we're going to get there tonight. It's either in 26 or 27 about withholding and justification. And I agree that in general, like a blanket, trust us, we're, withholding for a good reason, go away, is generally insufficient, and they should have to explain, on the specific facts. But Member Wolf, maybe we can hold that till when we get to 26, 27.
Sure.
And then, if I may, the only other thing I would say on the last sentence, this subdivision, which I think should be subsection, shall not exempt from disclosure any portion of any record of a concluded inspection or enforcement action by, I would just say, a department responsible for regulatory protection of the public health, safety, or welfare. It's interesting that that got dumped in here because I think that's actually a different thing. We've had arguments before, and Member Wolf, you may remember this, whether it was MTA or the health department or whoever who said, well, we're not a public safety agency, but we're a law enforcement agency because we enforce the law. And if the law says that, you can't sell goods that are blah, 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 or tobacco products, or, even adjudicating a parking ticket or something, that's enforcing a law. So for purpose of that section, it's law enforcement information. And we're like, no. So somehow I think we've got to move this, inspection concept and whatever else to, maybe some other.
Oh, because it's not a law enforcement thing.
Well, it allows them to argue that everybody's a law enforcement agency because they're all enforcing the laws. Well, you know what? That wasn't the idea. I mean, don't you think the police, the DA, the sheriff are, kind of different from MTA and Rec Park and the health department?
No, that's what MTA and Rec, that's not law enforcement. So we need a different section.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how much protection those agencies should have with regard to their records, but in my view, they're just not law enforcement records. They're other things.
This subsection shall not exempt from disclosure any portion of any record of a concluded inspection or enforce. Yeah, this isn't. Okay.
It's weird.
This isn't law enforcement. Belongs in a different section. Separate section. Member Anderson?
No, I was just saying that makes sense.
But bear in mind, I'm sorry,
you keep not ending.
I know. Yeah. And I think in some cases I'm arguing both sides. If you've got a DBI, health department, city planning, some kind of complaint that's being investigated for purpose of code compliance, right? That's good. People should investigate complaints. So you don't want to disclose records of a complaint to an adverse party.
Can I pause you on this, because now you're talking about something that's not about law enforcement information, and I actually want to get back to law enforcement information.
That's fine.
So I'm actually thinking about this. So we have this preamble that sort of seems, I'm not sure where this is going, and maybe what this was trying to get at, because I'm thinking about there's the something is under investigation. Something is no longer under investigation because we're not pursuing prosecution, or we've completed prosecution, and like those are sort of three different categories. I think the first two sentences are trying to address while it's still under investigation, it would be nice if the police told us things, but they don't have to because something's under investigation. Is that what those two sentences are trying to say?
Sort of.
Yeah, then we need to say something that actually says that and doesn't dance around it.
I don't know if it's here or elsewhere, but somewhere were the two words concrete and definite. And there was a concept of when an investigation is concluded, when there's a concrete and definite determination that it's over, then you should be able to release the investigatory files, so long as it doesn't harm another.
Yeah, it says that right here.
Okay.
Okay, records pertaining to any investigation, arrest, or other law enforcement activity shall be disclosed to the public once the district attorney or court determines that a prosecution will not be sought against the subject involved, or once the statute of limitations for filing charges has expired, whichever occurs first. And then I think there's there's the assumption that
maybe it's in state law, but somewhere.
Body cam footage.
The rest of it is the balancing test.
Yep. Oh yeah, what do you do with body cam footage?
Body cam footage, because
Or drone footage.
public and press want to get to the body cam.
Right, and
Footage.
there's a lot of recent court activity on that. Yeah,
There's a lot of reason to disclose
right.
that information. So
But
I think it could be better worded, for sure.
Yeah. So maybe there are three things or four things here. Number one is the first two sentences. What does that mean? Number two is the rest of it here, sort of the traditional records, whatever that means. Three is technology, and under technology, I would say ALPRs, drones, body cam.
I'm going to pause before you got to that. What was the second thing you were talking about?
The second thing was traditional records, kind of the rest of this after the first two sentences.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're saying, when you said there are three things that are going on here, I didn't understand what you were talking about. So when you're saying there are three things going on here, you mean the first category is what?
The first two sentences.
What is that?
Whatever that is. Whatever that was getting at. Sorry, will you?
Okay, this is right. Okay, no, I think what this is getting at is things under investigation, and we want the police to tell us what's going on, but we understand they're not going to tell us everything because it's under investigation.
Right.
But please tell us something so we know what's going on.
So that's category one.
Okay.
However you want to characterize. I like that.
But category one of what?
Of this area of law enforcement, that we're still in the area of law.
Disclosure of law enforcement activities.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the preamble to the law enforcement.
Right. No,
First two sentences, preamble, general, whatever you want to call it.
right. But then you threw in something about technology, and there's nothing in here about technology.
No,
so I'm not clear on.
I'm
okay.
not there yet.
Okay. So I think what you're saying is that we need that separate from what is written here, which is totally unclear.
Yep.
We need a way to ensure that people get information about things that are ongoing.
General. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And then go on with the second thing, which I don't even know what the second thing was. Okay.
So the second thing is what I would call traditional records, which is starting with the third sentence and running through one through 6. What I think of as police blotter stuff.
Okay. And then the third category is information incidentally gathered by technology.
Or intentionally gathered, whatever.
Right.
Use of technology in, modern policing or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. And examples of that include
drone footage, body cam,
Body-worn cameras.
drones, body cam.
license plate.
Hold on.
Yeah.
License plate readers. Okay.
Yep.
Body cam, drones, etc.
Yeah, it could be cameras in the park. They got cameras all over now.
Right.
Like the ones that in our recent case, the recent case we're wanting to know the location of the cameras because the cameras are all over the city.
Correct.
Yeah.
Shot spotter.
Right. Spotter.
Yeah, military technology, all that 19B surveillance stuff.
Okay.
That's a huge can of stuff.
Worms.
I'm curious. So information about ongoing investigations, and then we say, traditional records, and you referred to as police blotter info. So you mean information that's gathered, but it's not going to lead to anything. And so it's just sort of there, or we don't think it's going to lead to anything,
Well,
or it's released as a matter of course.
it may or here's the idea. You're at 16th and Mission at what time are we at? 8 o'clock at night. You hear shots fired or
People reporting things.
People
Yeah.
are something's
Reporting
happening.
things. Yeah.
Something's always happening at 16th and Mission. Okay. Police roll up, lights and sirens. You see somebody in cuffs. They get, taken over to Mission Station. You're a good reporter. You want to know what's going on.
Well, no, and that's why I'm a little confused because when you called everything from sentence 3 through 1 through 6 as police blotter info, a lot of the stuff in 1 through 6 is well beyond police blotter info.
Okay. Well, I thought that it was in the first couple of sentences, and then 1 through 6 are saying which things shouldn't be disclosed because they are part of an ongoing investigation. Whatever. There was a good reason not to disclose. Mm-hmm. But absent that, again, back to 16th and Mission, you want to know what's going on. Did that person get hauled away, and are they being charged with something? And generally, you should be able to know that, right?
Well, 1 through 6 is basically saying it's the balance. The balancing test is whether it should be withheld if it substantially outweighs public interest. So
it's articulating good reasons not to disclose rather than saying it's up to them to figure it out.
Well, 1 through 6 are always going to be hold on.
Are we just telling people if any of these things apply, don't bother to file?
No, it's basically giving discretion on disclosure to whoever has the authority to do that on these 6 items.
Right. If on the particular facts, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Because otherwise, under state law, they could say, we're never giving out, again, you have to read this with state law.
Yeah, what's confusing about this? This whole section answers some question. It's just I think the section is really confusing because it doesn't address it. I think we need different categories of information within law enforcement information. And I think it's what you were trying to get at. And it's treating everything as equivalent, and it's not all equivalent.
Right.
Yeah. This is going to take some work.
Yeah.
Section,
I'm pretty sure there are attorneys on all sides that spend their entire life just dealing with this issue of law enforcement information and should it be disclosed, shouldn't it be, can it be, can't it be, and under what circumstances. I mean, that's pitches motions, Penal Code 132.7.8, POA. There are people that just live for this stuff. I only know a little bit.
Any other thoughts? What I'm ending up doing is putting a lot of general notes about things we need to think about and look into. Is there anything that we haven't mentioned that you think needs to be added?
Just the fourth thing, when I said 3 or 4 things, the fourth thing would be that last sentence about regulatory agencies. And
I'm treating that as a different thing. This isn't law enforcement. It belongs in a separate section.
That's fine. Okay, good. And again, there may be a good reason for non-disclosure of some of that as well.
Mm-hmm.
We sent in some decoy to try to buy tobacco at a 7-Eleven, and they weren't carded, and they shouldn't have been able to. Should that person that we paid to send in as a decoy be disclosed? Probably not, because the health department may use that same person to go to a different joint. So whatever. Anyway, you get the idea.
Mm-hmm.
People need to be able to investigate things.
Should we, understanding that this section needs so much, that section needs so much work, should we move on to just at least taking a first pass on contracts, bids, and proposals?
Yeah, and there's a general idea there. So,
and I'm going to make a recommendation. What do you think if we get through contracts, bids, and proposals, budgets, and other financial information? And would you like to stop there, or sort of do a check-in after we?
I would like a time.
You're gonna lose me in a little bit because I'm getting too tired.
Yeah, I think we all are. How about this? We're going to try to get through these next 2 sections. And do we think we can do it in 20 minutes?
Plus or minus 8:30 or so. Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to try to get this done by 8:20.
Okay.
And we're going to stop at 8:30 even if we're not done.
Okay.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, on GH and I am generally of the view that those can be moved elsewhere. I think the concepts are good.
Oh, I didn't even see, I thought it was just, I didn't even see GH and I because they don't have a bold. Let's just try to, if we can get
ENF, let's get through ENF.
Well, and let's go fast. Okay. Everybody, you have a couple minutes to read contracts, bids, and proposals.
Okay. Ready? Okay.
I think you were already ready for this one.
Fine.
Who has thoughts?
My first thought on E1 is that it's got to include requests for every letter of the alphabet, because the city has done somewhat of an end run now by only doing RFIs and awarding contracts and not completing the RFP process. So then they'll say, I don't need to disclose anything because we did an RFI, not an RFP. The law says RFP.
Yep. Just like the same thing with drafts never become final. Same idea. End run.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Exactly.
I don't disagree.
So what is your recommendation?
Well, here's some specific edits on there on E1.
Member Wolf, did you have a specific recommendation, or were you just saying that this is an issue?
Well, I don't know how to make it all inclusive. It's just to say, something like all contracts and agreements, or something like that.
All instruments,
Yeah, or something like that.
contract instruments.
No matter
Because
what you call them.
the RFP thing, it's a process, and it usually will start with an RFQ.
Well, here's the thing.
And then go to, an RFI or something like that.
The very first sentence does address what you're talking about, because it says contracts, contractors, bids, responses to requests for proposals, and all other records of communications between the department and persons or firms seeking contracts.
Yeah. At a minimum, I think we add at the end of that, however titled.
Yeah, that might be a good.
Okay. However titled shall be open to inspection. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Or similar instruments or something like that.
Okay.
And this is where we'll need to hear from city attorney, controller, and OCA in particular, because OCA tends to run all of this.
Okay.
Okay, so some specific edits that I had here. Contractors, bids, responses to maybe to a request for proposals. I don't know.
No, request
for okay, that's fine.
Information, proposals, or qualifications and all other records.
That's fine. Communication between the city or city department.
Maybe you can replace request for proposal as, process for contracting or something like that.
Well, we didn't.
Sorry?
Maybe we do both and we don't lose RFPs, because that was the traditional method.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, between either the department or between the city and any person, which would necessarily include a firm, and any person seeking a city contract.
Wait, between a person?
Yeah. Well, legally, a person includes a corporation, firm, or other whatever. Trying to use fewer words. Because they'll say, well, we're not a firm, we're a corporation. You know what? You're some kind of legal person.
Okay, a person or entity and the city.
That's fine.
Business entity. That's the way the state describes it, business entity.
But, sure.
Or whatever. We'll tweak this further. Seeking a city contract, comma, however titled. Shall be.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
Shall be, I would say, made available. I don't like this open to inspection immediately. It doesn't work for me. Shall be made available after insert such a contract has been awarded.
Not immediately after?
No, it's after. There are a lot of instances of immediately in here where it's like, if it's to be available, it's to be available then, you know? Are you here immediately or are you just here? You're here. It's immediate. Whatever. After such a contract has been awarded. Period. I mean, if we want to think more about what do you do with an RFI that doesn't result in a contract award, I'm open to some tweak on that. But at a minimum, this
No,
is
if it doesn't
saying
result in an award, because,
the contract folks are very big on contract award and notice to proceed as being important markers in time. So they understand contract award. They're like, okay, all right. Nothing in this provision requires the disclosure of a person's. This is where I was using person again. Fine, if you want to say person or entity, that's fine. Person or entity's net worth.
organization is fine.
Well, let's track though. If you said earlier, person or entity.
Fine.
Net worth or other qualification for a contract, strike or other benefit, because I don't know what that's talking about. Until and unless that person or entity is awarded the contract, period. And we can do a global thing at some point. I don't know that we're still calling these subdivisions. I think it's actually a subsection. Whatever. That's all I had on E1.
Anyone else?
No.
And I guess we'll skip for tonight the why we do this and when on the timing to maintain a competitive bidding environment and yet provide for public disclosure after the fact, yada, yada. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So then on 2, I was trying to use fewer words but say the same thing. So I start out with evaluation forms on line 2.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The immediately after review thing, I broke that into a
Hold on.
2.
What are you talking about?
In number 2.
Okay, I see. Notwithstanding the provisions of this subsection.
Right. No. Isn't there a rest of 1? The all bidders and contractors shall be advised after sentence.
That's part of section 1.
Right. Isn't there another sentence? Isn't there some more after that? The immediately after review?
All bidders and contractors shall be advised that information provided which is covered by this subsection will be made available to the public upon request. Immediately after any review or evaluation. So are you still on that?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm still on that. So I broke that in. I put a subsection 2 at the beginning of that. The immediately.
Oh, like Roman numeral 2?
No. Yeah, Roman numeral 2.
Oh, so you wanted to change and
split it up.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wants to create 2 subparagraphs.
Correct.
Okay, why?
Because I was trying to distinguish between contract award and all that flows from that, which we just talked about briefly.
Oh, so you actually want that to be A and B?
Yeah.
Well, it's 1 and 2 because it's under E.
But then what about 3? Or what about 2? You want it to be 3?
3,
No,
or I think that goes away, but it gets renumbered.
Okay.
So on the immediately language,
Mm-hmm.
preceded by 2. So I strike the first line there, and I start out with evaluation forms.
There is no evaluation forms.
Keep going. Immediately after any review or evaluation or rating of responses to a request for proposal has been completed, comma, evaluation forms. Isn't that
Okay,
there?
so so why do you want to start with evaluation forms?
Because here's how I would word it. Evaluation forms, if you want to just listen first time, evaluation forms, score sheets, and any other documents, including the names of evaluators, graders, or scorers, and their individual comments, ratings, and score sheets used in the evaluation of a request for proposals or contractor selection process, shall be made available after any such evaluation or process has been completed, period.
No, you need to start, it has to start the way it does. You can't start a section, evaluation forms containing blah, 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 that relates to nothing, and you can't save it to the end.
You can't bury the lead?
No.
All right. Let me work on ways to reword that. But I'm trying. But you get
Send the publisher.
Yeah. Executive director, you mean? All right. Let me come back on that.
Sure. Yeah, we
Not tonight.
can always come back. We can
That's right.
always come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to lose.
Last chance. I promise. I promise.
And I'm not trying to lose the concept here. I'm just trying to say it with fewer words.
I don't mind fewer words,
Okay.
but you can't start talking about something that we can't have. There are so many non sequiturs in here to begin with. Let's not add new ones.
All right.
Yeah.
It may end up being a department shall disclose evaluation form, blah, 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 blah.
That I would be happier with.
You want to try that now?
No, because we are running out of time.
Okay. All right. So let's come back on that.
Okay.
Note.
Pilpel to work on
Okay.
new language for that.
Okay. In fact, I'm even going to add this. Member Pilpel wants to reword this. Wants to streamline this.
Yes.
Okay.
For the existing 2, the
Change that to
ETH,
3, or you wanted to get rid of it?
I'm leaning toward getting rid of it. I think that this is probably already exempt from disclosure under state law, and if not, it darn well ought to be. If the city is negotiating for some whatever the heck this stuff is, if it's
I'm going to put a note here and say, isn't this already exempt under state law? If so, can we cut it?
Yeah. Let the health department tell us what they're doing in this area. I mean, I'm okay with specific carve-outs and provisions, but only if they're still working. That's where I am with 2.
Okay. Member Anderson, Member Wolf, any other thoughts, or keep going?
No, keep going.
Okay.
On 3,
Mhm.
I moved up the language below, so I would start out with all documents exchanged related to the positions of the parties, including draft agreements, shall be made available during the course of negotiations for blah, blah, blah.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're talking about having moved up.
Okay, below the 1, 2, and 3 that you're going to re-letter A, B, and C, it says all documents exchanged and related to the positions of the parties. Blah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm moving up to
Everything
the beginning
from
of
there
3.
to the end of the thing,
Nope, just
Okay.
the first line.
including drafts and contracts, shall be made available, or no?
Yes, shall be made available during the course of negotiations for A, B, and C.
All.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hang on. Let me do this. All documents exchanged are related to the position of the position of the parties, including draft contracts, shall be made available for public inspection and copying upon request during the course of negotiations for, yeah?
I shortened it a little bit. So instead of contracts, I used the word agreements, and I just said shall be made available during the course of.
Excuse me, you're saying you're getting rid of contracts and changing that to agreements, or were there other words that got removed?
I was changing contracts to agreements, and I was striking the language for public inspection and copying upon request.
Okay. Okay, got it.
In what was 2 and becomes B, the leases and permits, revenue or expense to the city, strike, and county. And I think I took out the written out $500,000 and just left in the dollar amount.
Okay.
You want to make a note that that relates to Charter Section 9.118. That was the idea, is that it's those kinds of agreements. Bruce, you recall? I'm sorry, Member Wolf?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. All right. Anyway, so it's A, personal, professional, blah, 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 semicolon, B, leases and permits, semicolon, replace or with and C, any franchise agreements, period. In the event that no records, city attorney or city representative, I would insert most familiar. Shall upon a written request, and maybe it can just say upon a written request, comma, prepare and make available written summaries of the respective positions within 5 business days after, not following, after the final day of negotiation of any given week. And then strike the next sentence, because not only were they prepared, but they were also made available. Bang. I would strike upon completion of negotiations and just start out with the executed contract shall be made available, strike for inspection and copying, and move at the end of the sentence upon completion of negotiations.
I have something to add when you're.
Hold on.
I'll
The
wait.
executed contract, including the dollar amount of said contract, shall be made available.
Upon completion of negotiations.
And I'm not cutting anything else.
Right.
Okay.
And then finally, I don't like the at the end of the fiscal year. I wanted a specific date. So I was suggesting not later than July 15th annually.
Leave it at that, because I think it's cleaner just to say at the end of each fiscal year.
All right, I can live with that. And I would strike that last sentence, the list shall be made available for inspection and copying for items. Well, duh. And that sentence about the sole source contracts, that might stay here. That might end up with a department head section, because it seems like that's not specifically related to the course of negotiations. This whole E3 section is about negotiating agreements, and this seems like it's a different thing. It's a good provision, but I'm thinking that we're going to have a kind of catch-all section for things that departments or department heads need to do, and maybe it goes there. It can stay here for the moment.
Okay. Member Wolf, you had something to add?
Yeah, thinking about the RFP stuff at number 1. I think there's a good word in here in 3 Roman numeral I or 1, where it talks about competitive process. And I think we can use that in one to, competitive process or request for proposal, blah, 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 wherever, we had started that list of trying to figure out like how to broaden out what, request for proposal, because everybody's doing something different now. But I think it's still a competitive process.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they do RFI or RFQ or RFP, they're still a competitor. They still take applications with bids.
I agree. Somehow, I think the 3 words contractor selection process.
Yeah, that's another.
I think we can try that one, because that was sort of the overarching concept here.
I may have added too many words. Contract. Okay. We said contracts, contractors, bids, responses to requests for proposals, information qualifications, and all other records of communications between the city and persons or entities seeking contracts or similar instruments for selecting contractors subject to a competitive process, however titled, shall be made available. So I think I just dumped everything up there, and I think we have too many. Which words were you intending for me to keep, and which ones were you intending for me to strike?
You threw all the spaghetti at the wall.
I threw all the spaghetti at the wall.
Why don't I suggest that you just leave it at that for the moment, and the next time we go through this, we'll find a few words to cut.
Okay. And I'm going to highlight this and say some, but not all of these words. Okay. Okay.
If somebody reading this can't figure out what we're trying to get at, then they're really not paying attention.
That's right.
I'm going to say we included all the options. Options need to cut. Okay. Okay. I think we made some progress, but I think we're going to stop now because we are at 8:30. And
I was generally okay with F, but that's fine.
What do we think, members? You know what? If you're generally okay with F, that means we're starting with an easy one next time.
Fine. So next time, start with
F.
With F, just for a quick say, hey, we all agree on this. We can keep going. Ms. Peterson, are there any members of the public here from whom we need to seek public comment?
There are no members in the room and no one online.
Okay.
May I please get a summary of the sections that were discussed tonight?
Sure.
Do you mean you want to know which sections we discussed tonight, or you would like a write-up of what was discussed tonight?
Just the numbers of the sections.
I can tell you that.
From to.
I believe 67.23 and 67.24 A through E.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Sections 6723 and 6724, subsections A through E.
Correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, so for next time, can we, keeping the same hearing item as item 5, can we just add a parenthetical in italics that says, starting with section 67.24F, so I don't have to go back and remember?
I think that's an excellent idea. Ms. Peterson, Administrator Peterson, is that something we could do?
Yes, how would you like this to appear?
So with the item, assuming it continues to be item, well,
Whatever item number.
the item for reviewing the sunshine ordinance, if we could say for next time, beginning with section 6724 subsection F.
So the title of the item will read Hearing, Review of the Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, beginning with section 67.24F and possible amendments to recommend to the full task force.
Yep.
Okay.
And actually where it says section 67, that should be chapter 67, whatever. Yes. Somehow so that 24F is referenced.
What would you like the title to be, please?
I was okay with the hearing title that you have, replacing section with chapter, and then just adding an italicized thing like you have for the prior matter, and just say in parens, starting with section 67.24F. So we're keeping the same hearing title going on and just explaining as we go along where we're at.
And could you clarify the italicized thing?
Sorry. What's the text or how does it appear?
You mentioned, I want to make sure that I captured the italicized thing. Can you read it for me, please?
Right. Starting with section 67.24F.
Those words would be in italics.
Yes.
Okay, so we're changing beginning to starting. With chapter 6724F and possible amendments to recommend to the full task force.
No, I think, hold on. Let me look back at it again. I think the idea is hearing, review of the administrative code, sunshine ordinance, section 67 and possible amendments.
Chapter 67.
Sorry, chapter 67 and possible amendments to recommend to the full task force, period. And then, do you want it in parentheses or?
However we do the notes like on the earlier item, the italicized parenthetical that gives guidance to what we're doing that way.
Right. It's right. It's right. Currently we have in italics discussion and action.
Starting with 6724.
Right. So before discussion and action, you wanted to say starting in italics, starting.
We're just doing it like this.
Right. But that's different. It's different. It's different. That's fine.
I would suggest, just to make it easy and a tack on, since we got discussion and action, then we just put starting with 6724F for next month.
You know what? I'll let you figure it out. That's fine. You got the idea.
Right. So, okay. As we currently have it, it should next time, hearing, review of the administrative code, sunshine ordinance, chapter 67, and possible amendments to recommend to the full task force, period. Then let's just say, task force. Oh, gosh. Let's say review will begin with, and then what was the number again?
6724F.
724F.
Yeah, review will begin with 67.24F, period. And then that comes right before discussion and action. I think that's fine.
We just want to make sure we're starting with 6720.
Yeah.
Whichever way that gets in there, so we.
Exactly.
And
Okay.
it's appropriate to put the what will be done in parentheses at the end. of
Yes,
discussion.
that I was trying not to, I did not want to disturb your consistency with that. So I thought putting it before that parenthetical would be least disruptive.
All right. So if I may,
You may with what?
talk for a moment.
About,
Handling for next time.
Okay.
very briefly. I didn't write it today. I might write it tonight. I was going to propose a memo to department heads, saying that we're engaged in this thing, that we continue to be engaged in this thing, that we would like their input at some point. It's going to be a while, blah, blah, blah. But to start to call out these things that we've been talking about that require or suggest particular departments to be concerned with, I'm happy to propose that, get it to you, put it on for discussion next time, so that at some point when we send this out, or some version of it, that we can say to all department heads, please look at the ordinance and comment. To commission secretaries, please look at stuff that affects you guys. To DHR, please look at the labor and employment stuff, particularly these sections, blah, blah, blah. That we call out specific things, so we're inviting their comment sooner rather than later on the specifics that apply to them, as opposed to the general read through everything.
I think this is an excellent idea. My question to you, though, is don't you think we should get through the whole thing and then go to each department with we're asking you to look specifically at these sections? And my concern is, sorry, I'm not speaking to the microphone. My concern, I sat back in my chair. My concern is that if we start going to them with questions about some sections, and then we realize later that we have questions about other sections, that you want to give them a heads up that we're going through this process without asking for specific response yet. Is that correct?
I would suggest that we give them a heads up and invite early and continuing engagement, because frankly, I'm concerned now, despite it being January of 2025,
that this is taking a long time.
And it's going to, and by the time we get it to the full task force and then open it up and back and forth, that the rate we're going, this isn't going to make it on the June of 26 ballot. This isn't going to make it for June of November of 26. We're looking at like June of 2032. And by that time, half of us are dead and the rest of whatever. So I'm trying to say, look, if you can look at the labor and employment stuff and tell us what you think about that, that would be helpful. We will continue to engage. This is not the end of anything. If anything, we want to establish more of a dialogue. We're having a great dialogue amongst the few of us. We're not having the broad dialogue with the rest of the city gang, and that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'd love to hear whatever you have to propose.
And if the language doesn't work, we can tweak that. And if we are not ready to send it, then we won't send it. But I'm happy to draft something.
I think that's a great place to start. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all I had on item 5, believe it or not.
Okay. Members, any other thoughts on item 5 before we move on?
No action taken.
No action taken. Administrator Peterson, if we could call the next item, please.
Item 6, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Briefly?
Sure.
Okay. Other than the Jim Murcassiol thing that we talked about, that we will talk about, as far as you know, have we now exhausted referral items coming back to CAC? Are we down to just review of the ordinance? Are you aware of anything else that's hanging?
Administrator Peterson, do we have, is there anything else in our queue?
Not in the queue. I would want to go back and review and check.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because I would say Member Pilpel, I'm recalling from our last task force meeting that Chair Yankee was checking in with follow-up on some items. And in fact,
The answer is maybe.
the answer is maybe.
That's fine.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So,
I'm just checking about that as to where we are. So that's cool. That's good.
Yeah.
I had one thing when you're done,
yes.
Mr. Topo.
Actually, Member Pilpel, I think, had one more thing, and then Member Wolf, you'll be next.
Okay. I was going to suggest, in addition to since we don't have enough to do going through the ordinance, could we consider an item either in February or April, whatever, at a future meeting to discuss state legislation? We used to monitor state legislation. I think it would be good to get the city's state legislation person and talk about what's happening in Sacramento as relates to Brown Act and PRA for this session. We should just be aware we don't take positions, but we should say, okay, is there AB 1234 that matters to us? Let's be more aware of what's happening with state legislation. That's all.
I think that's a great idea. My question is, should that just be for this committee, or is that something that would be, I mean, I think it would be of interest to the full task force. Do you think we should ask Chair Yankee if he thinks that the full task force has time, and if not, that we could take that on? But otherwise, I would not want to deprive our colleagues of that opportunity, which I think is a great idea.
That's fine. Can you, since I proposed it to you, can you check with Chair Yankee and see if he wants to take it or wants to send it there and see if they want to do it, and if not, fork it back to us?
Yes. Will you tell me, who were you suggesting come speak to the task force?
The mayor's office has a manager of state and federal legislation. It's Eileen Mariano.
There's also a committee, isn't there?
There's also the state ledge committee, but she's the person that coordinates state and federal legislation and chairs the state legislation committee. There might also be someone in the city attorney's office that monitors state legislation as it relates to Brown Act and PRA. We can invite them as well. The point is to find somebody. You can start with Eileen Mariano, David Chu, John Givner, somebody, Manu, whatever. I have no objection to it being at the full task force. Instead, I mean, if those calendars are cleared and Chair Yankee is looking for stuff, that's a great thing to bring up there from time to time. I don't think it's a monthly item. I think it's probably twice a year, beginning and end of session. Member Wolf, sounds about right.
Yep.
Okay, that's a great idea. I will send an email, and then if not for the full task force, we can bring it back here.
That's fine.
Member Wolf, you had something to suggest?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we got closure on this issue on Ms. Peterson sent me an inquiry about something that came through CAC a while ago, and she was asking me. It was instructions to a legal counsel for something.
Right.
And did she contact you about that?
Yes, it was forwarded to me, and I still have to follow up on that. I had to get some stuff to Vice Chair Stein. So that is the next thing on my list.
Okay. No problem. I just wanted to make sure the circle got closed on that.
It is on my radar.
Okay.
Do you have anything else to propose for future items for discussion?
Not really. Not at this time. My brain is getting too melted.
Chair LaHood, may I have clarification on who you will be contacting when you make the request, when you discuss this with Chair Yankee? I'm
crafting an email to him right now, and I was going to CC you on it. I'm not contacting anyone. I'm asking him if he thinks this is something for the full task force or for CAC.
All right. Remove that from the minutes.
Chair LaHood?
Yes.
Speaking of minutes, just to be sure, so I don't have to flag it next time, that the minutes from tonight's meeting will indicate that we had to move the meeting from 408 to 400.
Oh, thank you. Very good idea.
And just to confirm that our next regular meeting is Tuesday, February 25th, regular room, 4:30.
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Member Anderson, do you have any items to suggest for future discussion?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Any public comment?
We have no one in the room, no one online.
Okay. Administrator Peterson, please call the next item.
Item 7, adjournment.
Without objection.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, by acclamation. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you next week.
Very good.
Adjourned
Take
at
care.
8:46
We have to
p.m.
stop meeting like this.
Okay, microphones are still on.